जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम। हेलो। जी जी बिल्कुल ठीक। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। ठीक है। ठीक है ठीक है। चलें सही है ठीक है बहुत शुक्रिया। Hello, good evening.
Hi.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. How are you doing?
Not bad, not bad. How about you? Hello?
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So how's everything? Going good?
Alhamdulillah.
Okay,
Questions
alhamdulillah.
and questions and questions.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay, the first question is, Alhamdulillah, I was able to do that Active Directory connector, but I don't know how to assign the permissions to the Active Directory users to use the AWS services.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
That's one thing. And then the other part is, I created another EC2 and tried to connect to the domain. And I'm able to resolve the DNS. I'm able to ping the machine, but it's not attaching to the domain. I don't know why.
It's not attaching to the machine automatically, meaning when you create a EC2 instance and when
Yeah.
you provide the domain name, it's not working.
No, not like that. I just created the EC2 machine in the same subnet, same virtual private cloud, and it's able to ping the domain. But when I say like connect to the domain, there it asks for your credentials, but still not able to connect.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So sometimes that happens because of networking, security group, DNS especially. But what about a running machine? So a running machine that is in the same network, and you try to join that machine.
But that's what I'm trying to say, the running machine. Though, the one machine which we have to connect to the directory services, that worked. I installed the Active Directory tools also, and I was able to manage that, create users, everything fine. But then I wanted to test this, connector thing. So I created an on-premises domain.local on a virtual private cloud, and in a subnet, and in the same subnet I tried to create another EC2 instance. This EC2 instance is not able to connect to the on-premises domain.local.
Okay.
Though he is able to ping, resolve everything.
Okay. Okay, we will have to check. I'll have to check your machine. I'll have to check. I mean, everything looks fine. It could be something with the VM itself, or it's with half of the VM and half of the VMs are fine.
I don't know half of the VM. What should I say? But right now I have only two VMs. One is domain controller, and one is the VM. The other things which are successful, I took the snapshots and deleted them.
Okay, so I mean, why I'm asking, sometime it's the VM, so try creating 2 or 3 more VMs. So this is
Oh,
why I'm
okay.
saying. So then the situation will be more clear that what's the difference between this VM and the other VMs.
Okay, got it.
Because
And
if,
now the other
yeah,
question is,
yeah.
when we have already configured this connector, I should be able to assign the permissions to the users of Active Directory to use the AWS services, right?
Yes.
And that's what I'm facing problem. I don't know how to do it.
Okay. So you're saying the users from Active Directory need to have access to
AWS
AWS
service.
resources.
Yes.
This will be done with the policy. So the policy and the permissions. But you were able to do the AD connector. How did you
Yes.
do the AD connector? From the domain controller from your machine or from the domain controller in the cloud?
In the cloud.
Okay.
Though I faced a lot of problems, 2-3 times it failed. Then I had to go through the documentation. I had to open a lot of ports, LDAP also, and
Yeah.
Kerberos also, and DNS also, so many things. Then it was able to communicate and the connector become active.
Right. Yes, because AD connector is something easy, and in a big environment, especially in that, it takes time for AD connector to work. Because AD connector is a permissions service, it's an authentication service. So you have to open ports in many places, and this directory service in AWS is not like Microsoft Azure Active Directory, because that is Microsoft Azure Active Directory, and on the other side it's Active Directory, so it's everything blinds in smoothly.
Yeah.
But in directory services we have to do a lot of things separately. But I mean, it's great that you were able to have AD connector work. And the last thing is just to assign permission, so that I'll have to work with you on the machine, because it's not just one place, it's multiple places where we need to check and make sure everything is proper, and then you'll be able to assign permissions.
Sure. Thank
Okay.
you, sir.
But it's great. I saw your email today. I think you just sent
Yeah.
it last night, or maybe, I mean, your time today in the morning.
Yes.
So it's good that you have worked a lot on this. MashaAllah.
Alhamdulillah.
So how many people we are here? Okay. So, oh wow, it's over 10 minutes. So let's start. Today we are, why we are so many people in this class. Okay, people are joining in. So Majbeen, welcome salam. You're saying, okay, yeah. So Shakil, you must join into Sunday class. Okay. So any questions? Majbeen, where are you with the labs? You can type that in the chat window if you like. And Maria just joined in as well. Maria, are you doing any practical labs as well? If you're following the videos, please let me know in the chat window. And Ashar, how are you doing with the labs? Ashish, I know that you were busy and you had the other training as well, which you just finished the custom lab. And now that you're starting VMware, and on this side there are so many labs and so many things, and was working on this custom lab for this. This will be really difficult. The custom lab that I'm making for AWS will be difficult, and you guys need a lot of practice in the from the lab. Okay, excellent. So guys, today's topic is very, very, very important. I mean, today's topics are, I think, the last main topics of this AWS service. And so what we have learned so far is very, very important for AWS, and it is being used in all of the environments, starting with EC2 instances, and then we last week we learned about VPC, which is Virtual Private Network. And other than that, we also learned about storage services, and then database services. In storage services, we worked with S3 buckets, with different S3 bucket policies. Then security groups. Security groups are the same everywhere. Security groups are rules that are used for all of these different services. Then we have Glacier for archiving. Then we have S3 bucket lab, and then cross-region replication between the S3 buckets. So, okay, Majpin, you may ask a question. If you want, you can just type the question or maybe unmute your mic and ask a question. It's up to you. And lifecycle management in S3 buckets, static website. And then we learned about databases. So databases are RDS database, relational database system, Aurora DB, which is Amazon proprietary database. So this one is Amazon proprietary database, though many companies are not using it, but it's a service they introduced and it's cheaper. Companies will be moving into this, though it's not easy for companies to move from one database to another. Majpin asked a question, can we also create a template directly to, not from the existing instance? How is that different from the launch configuration? So launch configuration and template. Now template can be made right from scratch as well. Templates are, if I can go there, so templates, as we know, templates are basically a copy or a clone of existing VMs. So here, if we can see, I'm in instances, and here I can see launch templates. So template, if you can just create a template right from here, from scratch. And in that, what happens is you can name this template as you can just say it's a master image, and then you can provide description. Here you can provide what type of template is that, if it needs any auto scaling in that, or there should be special tags with this. For example, which product is this for a template for, and the source of the template, if there is any existing template. And then if there is no existing template, then you can just make your own template, what type of EC2 instance it can be, and then you can select all the other things. So yes, you can make a template right from the scratch and then use it to make other templates. Other than that, it was launch configuration with the auto scaling, I guess. Launch configuration, it's right here, auto scaling. So launch configuration is more specific to auto scaling. So launch configuration is used when you need to plan auto scaling ahead, and then you can create a launch configuration for, specially that whenever auto scaling needs to be there, you can create a launch configuration, but launch configuration will also need a template. So so when you create a launch configuration, you can create it right from here scratch. So here you can create a AMI image, which is Amazon machine image. You can select from here what type of operating system you need. And other than that, then you can configure the auto configuration. Now, auto scaling can be done without even launch configuration. You can directly start with auto scaling, and from there it will take you from there to here, or you can create launch configuration and then create auto scaling. Basically, launch configuration is for working with auto scaling group. Okay. Um, Question number 2 is auto scaling instances, all of them from the template needs to be in the same subnet like existing instances. Auto scaling, so let's understand quickly the concept of auto scaling. Auto scaling is that whenever there is a load on the application, whenever it reaches like 80%, 100%, and then the instance starts increasing. So, so ideally, I'm just thinking logically that ideally auto scaling instances should be in the same location to start with. But in some cases, in auto scaling, some cases where you have a website that is very, very busy and being accessed from Australia, Canada, and US. So instead of auto scaling, having instances in other subnets or in other VPCs, which can be done with peering. You have to do peering between them, connections in networking. So auto scaling most of the time is set up in one location, in one place, and then if it is required, auto scaling is required in another region. We create another auto scaling group. So auto scaling is basically, it's like in one house, if you need more people to accommodate it. So instead of getting that other house and people have to go to use the streets to go out of the house and then use the other rooms. So instead, auto scaling is like having more rooms in the same house. So that basically helps in auto scaling. Otherwise, if it is sitting elsewhere, even in another availability zone, the instances are sitting in the same region, same place, but in another data center, it will, that will definitely have negative effects on auto scaling. So the main idea about auto scaling is to give more power to the application, and that can be done basically ideally from the same location. But going back to your question, can it be done with other subnets? Yes, it can be done with other subnet, and existing instances can be used. Okay. So two good questions, actually four good questions about, so today Shakil asked a question, Majbeen asked a question. So if you have any questions, everyone, please feel free to ask questions anytime. So today's topic is very, very important today. Databases on the screen, then VPC is another very important topic to understand as well. And then we went through the security services, mostly IAM roles, policies, KMS, and Active Directory. And today we have a very important services that we need to understand, and starting with Route 53, load balancer, auto scaling, cloud formation, Lambda services. Okay. I'm just looking at my slides here because I have updated them. And just a second here. Okay, so I am just looking for, so this was done. Just give me 1 or 2 minutes, everyone. In the meantime, because I made the slides and I'm sure I saved them. Where is it? Where is it? Mhm. Okay. um, okay. So I don't have them, but so I have to go without the slides here. Strange. Okay. Um, okay, guys. So today what we are doing, we are learning. Normally, I don't use slides that much, so uh, that's fine. I mean, I will make the slides again and for to share it with you. So today, what we are doing, everyone. Uh, so. um so today what we are learning, we need to learn these five very, very important services, which is Route 53, load balancer, auto scaling. Auto scaling we have already gone through, but Route 53, load balancing, elastic beanstalk, excuse me, and Lambda service and elastic container service. So these are the services that we need to learn. So starting with the first one, which is Route 53. Route 53 is a DNS service. Route 53, and I need a whiteboard for this. Route 53 is a DNS service, which is a domain name resolution. It provides domain name resolution for the for names in cloud. Okay. so so here is it. Guys, Route 53 is a DNS service. Main purpose of Route 53 is that to provide name resolution inside AWS environment. So what is name resolution to start with? Name resolution is a service that converts that converts names to IP address. So the main purpose of name resolution service is that it converts names to IP addresses. Why do we need a name conversion from IP address? The reason is that the complete network works on IP addresses. So when two devices speak to each other, they need IP addresses. So if there are no IP addresses on a device cannot be on the network. So a DNS is that service that works in between the users and the devices to convert names to IP address. So the example for this is a user is trying to get to google.com. A user is trying to get to google.com. What happens is when the user provides this name, this information goes to a DNS server or Route 53. So same thing in AWS, Route 53. And Route 53 and DNS server, they have a record for google.com. So the address will be google.com with an IP address. So let's say the IP address is 192.168.10.100. That IP address will be provided to the user, and user will be able to connect to the server where google.com is. So how many steps is required for the name resolution? For the name resolution is user goes to this website. So number one, user goes to a website with a name, and as humans, I mean, we are more inclined to we understand names more than numbers. So if we had to remember numbers, like the IP address of google.com, or maybe IP address of msn.com, or maybe IP address of netflix.com, it would have been very, very difficult. So DNS server or the Route 53 service is always there in between to provide us name resolution. So the main purpose of Route 53 is to provide name resolution. Now let's go into AWS cloud and see that how is it configured. So if we can keep that in mind, that Route 53 is that service. And how do you go to Route 53? Either you can type in the search Route 53, it's scalable DNS domain name registration. So it provides domain name registration as well. So if you go to Route 53, in Route 53, there are many options here. So this DNS server is a full-fledged DNS server. It's not only it's not only provides name resolution, but here you can register domain names as well. So right here, you can see that here it's a Route 53 dashboard. There are few options here: DNS management, traffic management, availability monitoring, and domain registration. So DNS registration, the first option is there. If you have existing domains within your environment, within your AWS environment, you can manage them. Secondly, if you can place policies here as well, and then within monitoring, you can monitor your domain names. But to start with, when you don't have a domain name, what you can do, you can buy a domain name directly from DNS, and now this service is available with all of them. Azure sells out domain names, and all the cloud providers, they provide domain names. So let's go into register a domain name, and within register a domain name, you need to find a domain name for your organization. Now, why are you trying to get a domain name? Because you want to basically, let's take an example of a company that is moving now in cloud. Let's say so it's the so in order to use a domain name, everything needs to be connected to a domain name for your organization. So here, let's say if I say that I'm looking for a website name for my complete AWS cloud, and the website name will be PAS Institute. And PAS Institute is the name that I want to use for all my cloud services. Remember, when you go to S3 service, it provides its own long name with a S3 bucket name dot AWS services dot com slash something. So instead of that long name, and whenever you create an endpoint for clusters, for auto scaling, or for any service, when you create a database, it provides you a long endpoint name. Instead of those names, if you want to provide a smaller name, with your domain name, so you can create a domain name here. So let's say I need a domain name for my company, which is PAS Institute, and I will go and check. So here it provides me that passinstitute.com is not available. It is so it is owned by some other organization, but there are some other options here as well. You can change a little bit of spelling. You can get a passinstitute.biz. You can get a passinstitute.info, and here there is that small cost of domain name, which is basically for yearly. This is yearly cost. Yes, it is. Ajmal is saying it's an on the little bit expensive. Yes, it is expensive because it is provided inside AWS services. I mean, even if you go out to GoDaddy.com, or if you try to get a website name from other website hosting providers, it might be $9 or maybe 11, maybe $8. There are some. So whenever you get a .com name, and but here you can see the biz and info and io and mobi and net, these are also expensive inside here. So probably this is because of they are providing this service. I mean, otherwise you can always go to these other websites, which is so you can go to these websites, godaddy.com, and here you can also buy domain names. So it's exactly the same thing. So if you have ever bought a domain name, here you can see if I try to find the same domain name, PAS Institute, and search for a domain name. Let's see what is the price here. So they will look for exactly, so that provides, AWS is providing exactly the same service. So it's saying that passinstitute.com is taken, but we have other options here. I can get passinstitute.io, which is here it's saying $74 per year, but that can be divided into 12 months. So this is yearly cost. And here the cheapest one is this one. So now,
Nanbai, just a quick question. What does that add on top of that? Is it like a SEO thingy with it?
so
That they
this,
provide?
yeah, this ad means that this is an ad for another website. So you won't be buying it from GoDaddy.com, but as soon as you click here, basically this is it will be it. So this is like a Google ad. So this one here, you can
Oh,
see there
right,
is
right.
no ad. So which means that this is being sold by GoDaddy.com, and this is not sold
Makes
by
sense.
GoDaddy.com.
Makes
Okay.
sense.
So what is the, Ajmal is saying, what is the benefit to register on AWS? Yes, this is exactly where I'm going now. So so you can buy these domain names from anywhere. You can buy it from GoDaddy.com. There is netfirms.com. So all the countries, they have their own web hosting providers. So in Australia, there are different web hosting providers, and different places, different web hosting providers. So but you can buy domain names right from here, from these other registrars, or you can buy it directly from AWS from AWS service. Now the big difference will be that when you buy it from inside, you can directly connect it to your you can directly connect that name to your all your services. I mean, let's say within 24 hours the domain name will be available, and in aws.coms, most of the time it's like it takes around 20 15 minutes and you can start working with this domain name. But when you have it on another with another service provider or another domain provider, from there you would need to move this name to AWS services, or maybe you have to point the name to AWS services. So it works both ways. You can either get a name from outside, or you can get a name from inside, from godaddy.com. It's exactly the same name. It's exactly the same thing. So let's say if I try to buy some name, because I think it's good to go for this experience, everyone. If you can buy a domain name, maybe go through this experience. So let me see that if I can buy one of the domain names here, and see that if it can be attached to. It can be attached to. So let's say I'm looking for 360 Cloud Academy. And so in here, the domain name is available, 360 Cloud Academy. And so here I can buy this domain, and I will continue. So just like for all domain registration, I need to provide this information, which is first name, last name, organization, and all that. I would say, I mean, it's worth it to spend like this $12 to go through this experience if you like. In the meantime, I'll just take a few minutes here and create this. Load balancing. Okay, so I'll just
So
quickly
Adnan
take
bhai, once
2
we
minutes.
basically buy it from them, we don't really pay them after monthly, right? Because we are basically going to take the name and host it with us, right?
Can you repeat your question? Actually, your voice was,
Sorry, is it better now?
yeah, it's better.
Okay, so essentially, after we buy the site once, we don't really have to pay them for hosting because we're gonna forward the site to AWS and basically start using it ourselves, right? Or hosting it
Exactly.
ourselves, right? Okay.
Exactly. So yeah, it's a good question. So number one, guys, we need to buy a domain name. So this is how it works. First of all, you need to buy a domain name. So let's say here, let me give you an example. Why are we buying a domain name? So first of all, we are buying this domain name, 360 cloud.com. Let's say this is a domain name that I'm buying. And once you buy this domain name, this domain name will be yours. I mean, this is a unique domain name that nobody is using, and now it's for your company, number one. So domain name is yours, and the cost is $12. $12 per month. That will be multiplied by 12 months. So this is a domain name. Now, once you bought this domain name, what happens is that you can, yeah, either pay monthly or you can pay yearly. But secondly, you also need a hosting service. Hosting services where you will host a website. So definitely, you bought a domain name, you will have to have a website as well. So hosting can be done right in using the S3 buckets inside. And S3 buckets are a lot cheaper than compared to all of the other web hosting providers. So we can buy a bucket and then connect this name to a bucket, and we can host a website. And this is exactly what we are going to do. And the second advantage of this, so first of all, you can also host a website on this name, or secondly, you can also attach this name to all your services. So instead of long names of a database, you can, so your database name can be 360 cloud 360cloud.rds .aws.com. So it can be that simple. So this is why we have Route 53 service, and I'm just quickly just adding this service. Okay. So guys, while I'm just registering this, so if you're not registering, please create two VMs inside AWS because we need it for other services. In the meantime, create one Windows VM EC2 instance and one Linux EC2 instance. So both of the instances should be web servers. The Windows server will be so here we need one Windows instance, and both will be web server. On Windows server, we need IAS, and on HTTPD. So on both services, on both servers, please create two instances. So this is Windows, and this one is Linux. So create two instances in there. In the meantime, I'll just take 2 minutes.
So we have the bootstrap in there essentially. That's what that means, right?
Yeah. So have a bootstrap, or maybe just log into the machine and install the services and make sure that it is working. So when you need to make a web server, you know that you need to do a security group. You need to allow port 80 for these instances. So you need to check that if these both websites are working online. Okay. So I've just registered for this service. So normally this would take, so it's saying that registration might take up to 3 days to complete. We'll send you an email for from the registrant contact. So whatever contact that I've provided. So normally it's saying that it will take 3 days, 24 hours, or sometimes 48 hours. But I've seen that before when I did it here, it takes around maybe 20 minutes or 30 minutes, or sometime it is even faster than this. So once the domain name is registered, so all I did was to enter the information, provided the domain information, and so provided the domain information, and this is the next screen, and all I need to do is go to the domain. So once I'm here in the domain, I can see that it is pending request. So I'll check here. So once it is approved, then it will go into the registered domain. And in the registered domain, once it is here, then we can start working on this domain. Then this domain name will be available, and we can attach it to all of the services. We'll just keep an eye on this, that once it is here. Other than that, what happens is, everyone, that so this is, again, we are still in Route 53 services. Route 53, as you can see now, Route 53 is a full-fledged DNS environment. It's a domain name registration service where you can create a domain name, and it will be provided an IP address as well. So it's doing the domain work as well, and it is doing it's making sure that it is this domain name is attached to all your services. And the main idea is that now your everything is your all the AWS services will work with this domain name. So it will be 360 Cloud Academy dot s3 dot aws.com. So it will provide all those names in a meaningful manner. Yes, Ashish, you may ask a question.
Are we gonna use the domain? Like, I mean, you just registered for one, right? Are we gonna actually use this in integration with the labs right now, or no?
Yes, so I'm going to show you that how to host a website now. So once this domain name is available, then we can
Right.
attach it to our S3 bucket. Okay,
Okay.
so for the domain name, everyone, this is still in progress, and we'll check this again. We'll come back to this again in a few minutes, maybe 15-20 minutes. In the meantime, let's prepare our website. In order to see that what is the main advantage of using this domain name, then we can then it will be much more clear. So in order to do that, what I will do, I will go to the S3 website, S3 bucket. So we can create a website in many different ways. We can have a static website from S3 bucket, or we can we can also have it from the EC2 instances. Just like I said that we need to create two instances, both are web servers. We can attach this name to those websites, to those EC2 instances as well. And in here, I need to go to S3. So in order to create a S3 bucket with a static website, we all know that if you have been through the labs, I'm quickly going to create a static website here. So for that, I'm going to call this 360 Cloud 360 Cloud website bucket 01, and this is available in region. I'm gonna create this in US East region, and other than that, I need to make sure that it has all of the public access. So public access should be here. I acknowledge the public access, so just normal everything what we do with the S3 bucket, and in here I'll just create this bucket. So when you create a bucket, I'm making sure that public access is here. If public access is not here, then you won't be able to access your website. So bucket is ready. Now I need to go into the bucket and enable the static website. In order to enable static website on this, I need to go into properties. And from the properties, I need to go down to static website. Now I'm doing this in a fast manner because I'm assuming that you all have been to this lab, because there is a lab on this within the video lab. So I mean, and also this is very logical. All you need to do is to just create a bucket, and then from the properties go down to static website, just enable this website here, and then you need to provide the index file name. So I'm going to provide this name. So this is my index file from where the website will run, and this is the error file from where, so this will place an error message. This will provide an error message in case the website is not available. So one more time, all I did, create a bucket, then you need to go into the bucket, and then can go to the properties, and just below, you need to go to the bottom of the properties, and at the bottom, you will find static website, enable the website, and type the same names as there. And the last thing we need to do with this is to upload these files. So you need to have a file called index.html and error.html. For that, I need to go into objects. And within objects, there are no objects available. I need to upload these files. So when uploading a file, we can upload a complete website. So if you can, if you guys have followed the videos, I've also shared with you a complete website template, I mean, you can download a free website templates, and it can work like a real website. So here I have a file that would just show a message, this is my website, and here this is an error file. And how do you create these files? You can create these files in a very simple way. One more time, I'm going to go here, say right click new, any folder from where you can make the file, and you can create a text document and name this text document index.html. So here I'm going to say uh, let's say if I am making it home.html, because I already have index.html, and here I'm just showing you that how to make this file. So create a text document, just name it with the extension HTML, and then say yes, it will become a web page. And in order to make anything, write anything in this web page, right click on this file and open it with a notepad, and you can start writing. In this file, typing either HTML, or maybe get a very simple code from any website, any free website templates website, and then you can bring that code here. So for now, I'm just writing here. This is a new website. So, and these are HTML language used here, and it's very simple. Let's see if it is working. And here you can see it is bold, because H1, I used H1. H1 means it's a heading 1. So let's say if I need to further change it, if I need to change this file to, let's say, to write some more meaningful information, we can say, so welcome to Cloud Training 360 Cloud Institute. And so this will be saved in here, and the page will look like this. So H1 means heading 1, and H2 means it's just that it's heading 2. So it's a smaller font. And let me paste this here. If you in the chat window, so if you're preparing this file, so all I did was created index.html and error.html, and all I need to do, upload these files in the bucket. So these files are uploaded in the bucket. One more thing that we need to make sure that both files should be publicly available. So in order to make sure that the files are publicly available, all we need to do is go back to the bucket, and you can select both files from here and go to action and make both of them public. So now both files will be public. And in order to access the website, all you need to do is, now let's try to access this website. Now, in order to access the website, if the website is functional, what we need to do is, so how many steps did we do? So we did basically create a bucket. Then we went into the properties, and we enabled the website static website access, which is right beneath this. And once you enable the access and once you upload the file, you will get this link. Now this is the website link, and as you can see, this is a long link saying that 360 Cloud website, the complete bucket name, then it's a S3 service, then it is in this region, and this is in Amazon.com. So Amazon AWS.com, and in order to access the website, this is your website. So this is where we need our Route 53 service. So instead of providing this complete huge big name to our customers, what we can do, we can have our a smaller meaningful name, the website that we have registered. So going back into Route 53, and within Route 53, we can go here and see that what's happening with our domain name. So this domain name, if I go down here, and it is still in progress, and if I can refresh this, it is still in progress and it is still in pending request. Once this request is done, then we will be able to see that in our. Now, so the second thing that what we need to remember, so how many things do we know of at the moment? So, okay, so where's my whiteboard here? So for Route 53, everyone, so for Route 53, Route 53 is a domain registration service. It is also a DNS service, number one. And so Route 53, it's, so first of all, it's a DNS service. Number two, it's a domain registration service. Number two, it's a domain registration service, which will basically give you a name of the domain. You need to buy a domain or you can transfer a domain. So you can do both things, either buy a new domain or you can transfer from other domain name providers. Once it is transferred, then you can use this name with your AWS services to make it your website name, make it look more professional. Secondly, it also provides hosted zones. Hosted zones means that just like a DNS service. So if you have seen a DNS service in the physical environment or in any other environment, in hosted zone means hosted zone or hosted domains means that you can create all those types of DNS records. So what is a DNS record? DNS record, there are many different types of DNS records inside a hosted zone record. So there is a host record. A host record is basically a name and an IP address record. So let's say a website called so when we create a host record of google.com, google.com a host record will be it's the name of the domain and the corresponding IP address. So whatever is the IP address. So let's say the IP address is 34.15.128.10. And how do I know this? I mean, I'm just using an example IP address, but in order to see the real IP address, you can always go to command prompt in your computer. And within the command prompt, all you need to do is type ping google.com. So when you say ping google.com, this is basically the main IP address of google.com. So without this IP address, you cannot connect to the website. And what happens is, so we are more used to the names. So this is why we don't. I mean, as a technical person, we need to know that all the websites have IP addresses, and without IP addresses, you cannot use these websites. As a non-technical person, people, I mean, it doesn't need to understand that if there are IP addresses or not. All they are concerned with is google.com is the name of the IP address. But this is the real IP address of this, and this is being translated by DNS service. If DNS service would have not been here, then you cannot translate this IP address. So let's say if I try to access another website with another name, it will give me this error message. So probably this is also registered somewhere, but it's not. So I mean, I just used as an example Google www.com. So it is this name is available, but the website is not functional. Oops. Okay. So here we can see that it is the name is available, website is not functional. So this is DNS. Let's check back. So it is a host record is that. So now I'll show you where is the a host record for our website. So 360 360cloudacademy.com, we created this website on a public domain. And yesterday when I was testing that out, we can also create a private hosted zone. So this is a hosted zone here. And first of all, let me go to the pending request. And within the pending request, we don't have it anymore, which means that this domain is registered. So domain is registered. It is set to auto renew, which means that, so for now, I took a plan of $12 per month. So every month it will be automatically charged to my credit card that is right here, unless I go and remove this domain or I move it to another hosting provider. So probably later on, I will transfer that to another hosting provider. In order to transfer, all you need to do is to take the DNS settings, and there is a complete step-by-step instructions that you need to follow in order to move this to another domain provider. So if for now I have this domain registered, if I click on this domain, here it gives me all the information. And there are name servers here. There is also the name of the website. Okay. And now I need to go to hosted zones. So when you go to hosted zones here, it gives me two of them. So one of them is private, that private meaning that this you don't have to buy, and it will, this name will only be available inside this AWS cloud. So I don't need this for now. Because yesterday when I was trying this to basically show it to you, instead of buying a public domain, I just created a private hosted zone for inside. And this is basically the main zone that we just created. So right here, so this is a hosted zone. When I go into the hosted zone, in the
Just
hosted
had a
zone,
quick question. Sorry, Adnan. By that,
yes,
the
yes, please
private
go ahead.
zone that you actually had, is it for like the internal intranet kind of thing that you could use it for, or?
Exactly, exactly.
Okay,
So
okay, perfect.
private will simply means that all my AWS services. So if I go here and in here, if I create a private zone, so here it gives me an option for hosted public zone or a
Right.
private zone. So private zone will be only available inside the AWS cloud. So whoever needs to use this name, they need to be logged into AWS. So that's
So
the
anybody
difference.
from our Active Directory, essentially, right?
From your network, yes, from
From
your
our network.
network, they can use this. But public means now this can be used for all the services, and anyone throughout the world they can use this domain name to
Okay,
access
thank
your
you.
services. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the hosted zone. And now remember that we just created a static website S3 within the S3 bucket. Now we need to connect this name with the static website. So all I need to do is go into the hosted zone, and these are the records that are created for us. This is a name server record. This is SOA record. This is basically the main DNS console that we are working with. So in this, all I need to do is to now connect. If I need to connect any AWS service, I need to create a record. Why would you need to connect your AWS services to Route 53? Remember that we are in Route 53 in order to make the names easier and more professional, give them a more professional look in order when you access them. So currently this website, the S3 bucket that is hosted in S3 bucket is being accessed as this name. In order to change this to a more meaningful name, what we did, we created a public DNS, and within the public DNS, so as you can see, it took around 15-20 minutes, and it is created. All I need to do is to create a record. So when you create a record, there are these different type of options here. So one is simple routing. Simple routing is very simple. I mean, it is really simple in a sense that simple routing simply means that you get a Route 53 service. So we just got a Route 53 service, and you just attach it to your resource, and then start using it. So this is simple routing that I'm about to do. A simple routing is that I got my domain name. and then now I'm going to attach it with S3 and I start using it. So in that case, this is used. Then internet weighted routing policy is when. So first of all, you can look at the diagram and just see that you can have two endpoints, two websites of the same name. So let's say I create two S3 buckets, one S3 bucket sitting here in this region, the second S3 bucket with the same website sitting in another region. So here I can give them a weight of let's say, so here I can give them a weight of 100, and here I can give them a weight of 10, which means that this is more available. So if I need to divert more traffic in one region and less traffic in the other region, I can create a weighted policy. And by definition, use when you have multiple resources that do the same job, and you want to specify a proportion of the traffic that goes to each resource. And then, for example, there are two or more EC2 instances, or two or more S3 buckets. So let's take an example of buckets. So since we have created this static website and this is our website, in weighted, you need two buckets or two EC2 instances. So here, just like this website is available in North Virginia, you can create another website that is sitting in UK or in Europe somewhere. And then you can have a weighted policy that half of them goes here and half of them, or maybe 75% going into North Virginia, 25% going into the other place. So here the picture is exactly showing this. Geolocation is again the same two buckets, one sitting in China, one sitting in US, and you can just create that routing policy that if the users are coming from China, they will be connected to maybe the region that is close to China, and the US users or customers can connect here on this side. Then we have latency, used when you have resources in multiple AWS regions and you want to route traffic to the region that provides the best latency. So best latency means that wherever your website is available. So the example is google.com. When you go to google.com in Pakistan or India, it's a different website. When you go to google.com in US or Canada, it's a different website. So it gives you more that region specific services. So if some services are available in Asia region, that services are available there. So this is latency wherever user is getting the more speed in getting that website. So that website will be given to the user. Failover is here. You can see if one S3 bucket fails, the users will be connected to the other S3 bucket, which means that if one website is failed, it is connected to the other website. So this is normal for understanding a website. But since we are attaching this to the S3 bucket, or it can be EC2 instance, then you have multi-value answer. And here, this is just a simple round robin. So we will create four S3 buckets. So instead of just one S3 bucket, four S3 bucket. So the first user will be connected here. Second user will be connected here. So it's just for simple load balancing. So when you use Route 53 for respond to a DNS query with up to 8 healthy records selected at random. So this will be at random selected. So in this, there is no policy, there is no calculation that needs to be made. It is just like it's just used for load balancing purposes. So for now, we are going with simple routing here. Ashish, you may ask a question.
Sorry, I'm asking so many questions,
No,
but
no,
I just
please go.
wanted to clarify for the geolocation, as you said, right? So is it just to balance the amount of people visiting the website, or is it like, depending to like, how you have restrictions in certain regions? Is it like preloaded on there? Is it for that, or is it just to manage like the traffic essentially?
Actually, it is to so geolocation can be used. I mean, for us being technical, I mean, a technical answer can be, I need to provide a geo-specific website. So my website that is shown in US has all the services that are available in US, and the other side, the other region, it has all that so it can be altogether two different websites with the same name. So name is exactly the same. User in China, they will go to 360cloud.com. and people in US, they will go to 360cloud.com. But because they are sitting in US, they will be given the US website, US, and essentially they are connecting to the S3 bucket that is available in US. And
All
that
right. So we are the ones basically assigning. It's essentially for traffic maintenance, right?
exactly. It's
Okay.
just
Okay.
maintaining the traffic and giving them that specific content of the website.
So
Okay.
now, like pertaining to the restrictions and stuff like that, is it like preloaded, or do we need to actually like apply it by ourselves as like hosting
Re-
it kind of thing?
so restriction in terms of what? Restriction like
Like
accessing the.
some websites are banned, and like some countries you can't throw, like in Saudi Arabia, for prime example, you can't like have so many things there, right? Like you can't have like certain videos displaying certain things and stuff like that, right? So for regions like that, will we be adding like is something readily available that we have to add to the S3 bucket kind of thing?
So okay.
Sorry, it's a little
No,
vague,
no,
I
no, no,
guess.
no, 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 no. No, your question is right. The problem is that your sound was going up and down, and I was not able to hear the question properly.
Sorry, is it better now?
Yeah, it's better. It's better now.
Okay. So, you know how you said actually create markets, right, and stuff like that. So obviously, some regions have restrictions, like say Saudi Arabia. There's so many things you can actually show there, and some videos or whatever it might be, right? Like no nudity. Just a very prime example. You can have any sort of nudity on your thing, no matter what it might be pertaining to, right?
Right,
So,
right.
does it already come in like a certain thing, like for example? Does Amazon have that thing that when we are actually displaying our website over
No,
there,
no, 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 no.
we need to
So
physically do that, right?
yes. So
Okay.
this service is just provide you a direction to the website. So this service is only provided direction to the website. Rest everything you need to do it by using other services. So here, this
Oh,
service
true.
is just
Okay.
saying it's just a signboard. It's just, you can think of
Oh,
this
right,
as
right. It's
this
just basically like
policy.
a crosswalk sign, essentially.
Exactly. It's just a
Okay, okay.
signboard. For US, take this road. For Canada, take this road. So it's just a traffic service or the traffic direction. You can just say it's a traffic direction service. For example, if I go into this geolocation, here you don't have so many options. Here you just need to provide the name of the website. So let's say here is the website and I need to provide the name of let's say my S3 bucket. So S3, this is my website that I need to provide, and I will show you that how it is done. And here, all I need to provide two different regions here. So define geolocation record. So one, I would provide it for the location. So if I go inside here, here you just need to provide the endpoint traffic of it can be through IP address, it can be through any other service here. So if it is from the IP address, it will be divided based on the IP address. And so it's just a direction service. And here you need to provide the location where this website is available. If it is available in Asia, then this record will be for Asia and the other record will be for China. So it's just a direction service. Okay. Sheikh, you may ask a
Right.
question.
So it's like if you are accessing from China, it's probably in Chinese, and if you are accessing from US, it's
Exactly. Yes. So content can be anything. Maybe it is exactly the same website and everything, but then geolocation will also give them the speed as well. So the people or the users from China, if let's say you don't have this geo-specific website, if you don't use this, then people in China will be accessing your S3 bucket in US. So it will be slow response for them as compared to the people accessing the same website in US. So this gives you that as well, that people in China should use their own website that is hosted in their own region. Okay. So let's check that out. I'm going to create a simple routing. Simple routing is just that I need to create a simple record. Once I go inside here, I need to provide the website name here. So this website will be, so here to route the traffic of the subdomain, enter the subdomain name. For example, the route traffic to blog.example.com. So let's say here, I'm going to say this is our blog, and the endpoint will be, the endpoint for this website is based on IP address, based on alias of another hosted zone, or in here, Beanstalk application S3. So in our case, alias to our S3 website. So this is S3 website. The region that we are using is the same region. I think I can just leave it as is, or maybe I have to change that. So this is a route AWS, and this is a S3 website. So just here, let me see that if I can, if I don't bind it to any region, yes, I have to bind it, that where this website is available. So US, Virginia, and now I need to provide my S3 bucket. So in this, it's saying that it's not here. I'll just go and check that where the bucket is. Maybe I created it somewhere else. So this is in US East. It's in the same region. I'm just refreshing it. Yeah, sometimes, you just have to do make sure. So alias of S3 website endpoint, and here region is exactly the same, and it's still not here. Do I have anything else other than this in S3? S3 is exactly, this requires a type of record, which is this one, and the region. So I don't see any records at the moment. Maybe I can try that in few minutes. So sometime it just takes some time for this to be available. So I will try that again. One more time. Let's try it again. Here, all I need to do is provide a name. This is, let's say, www.360cloudacademy.com. And in here, it goes by record type, alias of another record in the hosted zone. No, we do need, it's not a load balancer. It's not a global accelerator. It's not a VPC endpoint, and it's just a S3 website, and it is available in this region. Okay, so one more thing that I want to try is to bring this name. I just try to use this name here. Sometimes it won't automatically get it. I'll just try to provide a name, and it got the name. And let's see that if it can work. So create a record. So it's not working with this name. It's just saying that it's not a valid hosted name. It's encrypted identifier. This is not, it should automatically get it though. So it should automatically get the name. So this is, and also the Route 53 is a global service. Route 53 is not region specific service. So it's not the case in this, that Route 53 is sitting in another region, and this S3 bucket is sitting in another region. No, it's not the case. It's a global service within AWS. So not only this name is available in here, but also if I go to just now 360 Cloud Academy, if I go here, it should be available here as well. So far there is nothing attached to this. That's why it's providing this name. So what we'll do is website is working, a region is working, Route 53 is there, the record is not being created. Probably it might take, so we just created this website. probably this record is not able to connect to all the S3 or the AWS services at the moment. So I'll try that in, let's say, maybe 20 or 25 minutes more. But this is what Route 53 is. Route 53 is a domain name service. Here you will create records inside, and the main idea is either you can register a website and then work with it, or you can basically work with another website that you can bring it from this from godaddy.com or from any other website, and then you can host them inside AWS cloud. So that's what Route 53 is. So once that is available, actually, okay, so what we can try, one more thing is that I can quickly create a EC2 instance, and then we try to connect that EC2 instance with this Route 53. So in the meantime, we'll try to use that. So I'm going to open EC2 instance and quickly create a web server. So in here, I'm going to go here and launch an instance. And launch Linux instance. Going down, and let's try to basically run that as Bootstrap. So let me see, where is my Bootstrap? So in Bootstrap, we are saying that, so just for in case, I'm going to use sudo su. This is not required. Most of the time it will work, but I'm just making sure that the root access is there to start with, and yum update, it will update the machine. It will install the service, and here, so here it is, I'm trying to create a website with this name and paste that in this here, in this file, and then start the service. So you can try that as well. You can try that in your machine. So the script is very simple. Otherwise, we'll just have to type it. Nothing required in the storage. So right here, this is, we can say, this is Linux Web Server 01, and I'm going to use this name in the security group as well. So this is a special security group for the Linux server. And the ports that we need is HTTP port on this 80, and that's it. We don't need anything else, and done. So, and the key I am going to use is so I'll create another key. Actually, I don't know if these keys are available. So this is through 360 cloud key, and download the key, save it. Launching the instance. Okay, so once this is launched, let's see if the website is available, and then we'll try to attach it to the link here. This is just smoothly done. I don't know what's wrong with this here. So since this record is not available, I'll just delete this. Define a simple record one more time. We can say this is a blog one more time. Let me, before I can move on, because sometimes it does take time, because it's a name that is it's a website that we are configuring, and working with a website requires a full name resolution wherever it is available. So in here we can go with no records available. Okay, so so going to the second server, we'll come back to this in a moment. And second, what we need to learn today is load balancing. Now, load balancing is a service. Load balancing is a service that is used within AWS for creating load balancing. I mean, load balancing is to load balance applications within the AWS environment. So, in order to access the load balancing service, we need to go into EC2. And first of all, right here under EC2, here we have something called Elastic Load Balancer. Now, this load balancing service is available so let's say we have a website, and the website is available on one of the EC2 instances. And so what we need to do is we can create a load balanced website. So we can divide that website. So based on the requests that are going to that website, number one on this, or we can divide that based on the region specific website. So basically main thing is the elastic load balancing support 4 types of load balancer: application load balancer, network load balancer, gateway load balancer, and classic load balancer. So here, application load balancer, before we can start making this, let's quickly understand what this load balancing service is. So this service is known as AWS Elastic Load Balancer. So Elastic Load Balancer is a service in which we can load balance a website. So why would you need to load balance a website? So we can load balance a website. We can load balance a website. I'm just trying to delete this. Okay, so we have a user, and user is accessing a website. So what are we trying to understand, everyone? We're trying to understand load balancing. So user is trying to access a website over the internet. So this is internet, and user is accessing a website that is hosted on a server, because websites are hosted on a server. Mostly websites are hosted on web servers. So this is a web server here. And so it can be hosted on a web server, this web server, and the website name is, so website name is ebay.com. And what type of server is this? This is just a EC2 instance. So EC2 instance. And it's an EC2 instance. Users connect to website.com. It goes to ebay.com and connects to this website, and everything is fine. So user is accessing, working on this website, buying, purchasing, and everything. Now here you don't need a load balancer. Load balancer is mostly required when there is a huge load on this website. So when there is a load on the website, what happens is that if there is a load on this website, what happens is that the website becomes slow. And when there is a huge load on the website, then not only slow, it can also give disconnection as well. So obviously, when the website is fully loaded, which means that the server is fully loaded. So what is the load? Load on CPU. Because when you have request on the website, how all these websites work is that any user who is accessing the website, it has to provide that page. So the web pages are downloaded here on this user machine, and then user can see that. So there is that downloading happening all the time. So if the user is going to 100 pages, there are 100 pages being downloaded here on one user's machine, and then the user is using it. And same goes for those 100 users with those 10 or 15 pages keeps on loading again and again, downloading. If there is a picture change, the picture is downloaded. So the website is not working from the server. Basically, this is the network is completely busy. So CPU is busy, network is busy. So if there is a load, number one, there will be slowness. Number two, there will be disconnections as well. And if there is disconnection, then there is a loss of revenue. So in order to control all this, what we do, so AWS and all the cloud providers, they all provide load balancing technique. And in load balancing, what happens is that you can create many servers within load balancing. So instead of when the user goes to ebay.com, instead of just hitting one server, it goes to a load balancer, and the request goes to a load balancer. So load balancer will be like this. So here I have 3 servers available. And instead of directly connecting here, what we can use an elastic load balancer. This is called elastic load balancer. Now, elastic load balancer is a service that connects all these servers together. So in this case, this will work like this. User go to ebay.com, and ebay.com will be connected to this load balancer, and load balancer will send one request here, second here, and third here. So that's the main purpose of elastic load balancer. And elastic load balancer is of 3 different types. There is a application load balancer. So there is application load balancer, there is network load balancer, and there is simple load balancer as well. So these are the 3. There is one more added just now, maybe in a few months back. So, but mainly there are 3 main load balancer, which is classic load balancer, and then there is application. Now, what is the difference between application and network load balancer? Network load balancer only can work on port numbers or the number of users. So so classic load balancer is a very simple load balancer. All you need to do is connect a load balancer with your EC2 instance where the website is, and what it does, it will basically, users are connected to load balancer, and load balancer will send that request to the server. But what is in the classic load balancer? Classic load balancer will keep on monitoring this link. So if this website is available, the classic load balancer will make sure the users are connected here, and nothing more than that. Nothing in classic load balancer. You don't need many servers. Classic load balancer is just making sure that one server is available. And if it is not available, let's say if it goes down, then the classic load balancer will send a request to the admin, an email to the admin saying that your server is not available, make sure or it is available. And secondly, you can add more machines to a classic load balancer as well. So the network load balancer is exactly like classic load balancer, but it has some more features as well. But there is a big difference between application load balancer and network load balancer. So if I can just bring it to another screen here. So now that we know that these are the load balancers, okay. So now that we know that these are load balancer, now we need to understand the difference between application load balancer and network load balancer. Application load balancer basically can see more attributes. Application load balancer provides more insights of your application. So users connect to ebay.com, and ebay.com is connected to this load balancer. So this load balancer IP address. So when we create a load balancer, it has a specific IP address. So let's say the public IP address is 15.10.100. So this is the IP address, and ebay.com name is attached to this IP address. User goes to ebay.com, route 53 will convert the request to this, translate the request to this IP address, and users are connected to this IP address. So once they are connected from the load balancer, depending on what type of load balancer it is, let's say if it is a simple load balancer, what it does, it will just send the request as simple. First request goes to the first one, second goes to the second one, and third, it just keeps on round robin between these different servers. So this is simple load balancer. The second type of load balancer, network load balancer, you can have a weighted load balancer as well in this, where you can assign a cost of these each server. But again, this will only work on the port number. So network load balancer can work on IP address or a port number. So it can say the request that is coming here is for port 80, and so it will be divided among these different servers within. So network load balancer and classic load balancer are similar, but once I show you how it is configured, then it will be more clear. So network load balancer and classic load balancers are same, but network load balancer and application load balancer are different. So in network load balancer, it works on port number. So you receive a request, the request is divided among servers. Basically what it is doing, it is load balancing the application. So now the load is not only on one server, it is divided among many servers. Now what is an application load balancer? In application load balancer, you can work with the website pages or the URL. Let's say for all of the e-commerce pages, let's say you have a website and that has many pages available. So you have a page for one product. Let's say for one product, which is product based paging, and in the product there is product number 1, so P1, there is product number 2, there is product number 3. Let's say ebay.com, based on their machine learning or whatever, they know that this product is being accessed by millions of people, and then this product is also accessed by millions of people. So instead of having these products in one location, what they did, that on this specific server is only for P1 product, this is for P2 product, this is for P3 product. So in application load balancing, you can load balance based on the web pages, whereas network load balancing, you can only balance load based on the network ports. So port meaning that all users are using port 80, and they're all looking for different spaces, but this type of network load balancer can only see the port number and then divide the load. But this application load balancer, let's say if this person is interested in P1 product number 1, and this person is interested in product number 2, then load balancer will send this person's request to this server and will send P2 product request to this server. So here you can see this is why it is known as application load balancer, because it can understand the website and it can divide the load based on the pages that people needs to go to. And this is just one example. You can select a specific word, and based on that word, traffic can be diverted different places.
No, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Let's say if you said application load balancer and you said P1 product, but let's say thousands of people are accessing only P1, then what happened then?
Yes,
load,
then
I mean load on P1, not P2, P3 is empty, let's say.
Exactly. It's a good question. So in that, we can have two servers dedicated to P1, and then load balancer will automatically divide the load among both of them. So these two servers are for P1, and then the load balancer will send one request to the one server, second request to the second server. Okay, so it is a good question. So the main thing that we need to remember for interview and exam purposes, that network load balancer only understands the number and it will just start dividing the load, whereas application load balancer is a little bit more intelligent, and here you can divide the load based on the type of URL or type of information people are accessing.
So I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So both services work at the same time?
Yeah, both service can work at the same time as well. So we can create all three types of load balancer and add all these servers into those load balancer, and it will divide the load automatically. So let's say it's a good question. So second, this is a scenario. So if I take these, so in here, let's say I have one load balancer, which is network based load balancer. I have a second load balancer, which is application load balancer. And I have a third load balancer, which is, so we can have many load balancer in here. So now this load balancer and all these servers are connected to the same load these different load balancers. This is working on port 80. This load balancer is load balancing information based on port 443. And this load balancer is product-based load balancer. So the users, so now it depends on how many users are connected to all these. So
let's say CRM.
So yeah, so yes, exactly. So product based can be the users are only interested in CRM. So for that you can, so the information goes to these load balancers, and then from here it will be divided according to where they need to go to. So these load balancers are intelligent load balancer. Okay. Now let's try that out in the lab, so it will be more clear. So just keep in mind, load balancer, simply they just divide the traffic and connect the traffic to, for the user, it load balances the information, load balances the load of users on applications or website. So
Adnan, one more question. Adnan,
yes, go ahead.
most of the load balancer, they understand port number, IP address. So how do they understand the application like a CRM or some other application?
Exactly. So that is right here in this load balancer, which is application based load balancer. So how does it understand? It's a good question. Everyone, the question is that the request is coming as an IP packet. And how does it understand that if this request is only for CRM, this is where this load balancer, it says, choose an application load balancer when you need to flexible set of feature set of web application with HTTP and HTTPS traffic. What it does, it can know the keywords that are inside. So let's say somebody goes to how do you go to a CRM website? So definitely from the main website, you will have, let's say you need to go into a blog, or maybe you need to go to websites. So this, as soon as you go here, within this link, there is all it is written. So this link, this application load balancer can read this link, and based on the link can decide that where this traffic needs to go to. So this is what application load balancer does. Okay. So I'm going to go to application load balancer. So first of all, here, let's create a simple load balancer just to see how it works. So I'm going to go to simple load balancer, and simple load balancer. First of all, we need to provide a name, and this is simple LB load balancer, ELB. Actually, this is ELB, simple ELB, which is elastic load balancer number 1. It is, so I'm using the default VPC. It is created internal load balancer. And number 2, it is, do you need any advanced VPC configuration? Let's see what is in advanced configuration. So in advanced configuration, you can select if this load balancer will be load balancing servers in different subnets here, different zones. So for now, we just have only one EC2 instance. And before even creating this, let's see that if our EC2 instance is working. So EC2 instance, which is right here. which is we just created that instance. The instance is ready. And within this instance, I need to see that if my web server script went fine. So I'm gonna just check that out right here, right click on this and go to this web page. Okay, so it's not working, which means that I need to log in and see that if the HTTP service was installed. So here just gonna log into my Linux instance, because for load balancer, you have to have a working website. So for that reason, I'm just making sure that if it is working fine. And here, let's see if I have service. Okay, so nothing. So that script didn't work. Okay. So I am quickly, it doesn't take, so fortunately it doesn't take that much time. Okay. So it needs to have these packages, and once the package is available, then it should install. Why is it not installing this? Okay, sorry. I'm missing. Okay, it is installed, and all I need to do is make sure service is started. So what I need to make sure service is not started. We can start this service. Service is started. Let's check again. Service is working. Now let's check that out, that if it is working. I'm just gonna go to here. Okay, so the service is working. We can try one more thing here and run that command that we have for making a simple web page. So I am going to go to, okay, it's not copying, but so I need to save it to, okay. So I can, okay. So Okay, we can leave this at the moment. I am in the folder, but I have to create that file. But our main thing is that the website is working. Okay, so now we need to load balance this website and go to load balancer. And within the load balancer, we can see the load balancer name is this. It is in the default VPC, just like our server, and there is no specific information. So this is sitting in zone US East 1. So that doesn't matter because it is for the same. And here, what are you trying to load balance? We are trying to load balance based on port 80. If you want to try to load balance on other ports, it can be done as well. So HTTPS, mostly, guys, load balancing is done for websites in this case, or a mobile website on in the application load balancer. So here we don't need anything. So this is port 80 that we need. And secondly, the security for, so this is VPC settings. At least it's saying at least one subnet is selected. So I'm gonna just select this subnet because our website is EC2 instance is sitting in this availability zone, 1E availability zone. Okay, so here and next is the security group. So security group that we are going to use is the default security group, the one that has, so this is, so which one is the one that I created today? That is this one. So this is from 2111. So this is the security group that I selected. Now the main reason for the security group is port needs to be open. So port 80 is open. And next, so health check. Now health check, so here this is the same security settings, and here this is the health check. Now the health check is saying, remember that we just said that in the load balancing, in the load balancer, we need to make sure that the website is available. So health check is saying that, okay, this now load balancer will be connected to your EC2 instance, and with that EC2 instance, how is it healthy? When do you say it is healthy? So healthy is that if load balancer will keep on trying to access this website on this port number, then it is considered to be healthy. And it is considered to be unhealthy if this load balancer is not able to connect to this website on this port number. Okay, so exactly in the same manner, like when we access the website is opening, the page is opening, it means that it's healthy. And when the page is not opening, it is considered as not healthy. And when the page is not open, the page is not open, doesn't open even. So when, if the server is down, the page won't open. If the IAS, if the HTTPD service is down, then the page won't open. If the security group is, if the security port is not open, then the page is not healthy. So in all these cases, the load balancer will make sure that if it is, it will keep on pinging the port number 80. It will also try to keep on checking that if this file is available, index.html file. And here the response time is 5 seconds. Let's say if the response time is 2 seconds and the interval is 5 seconds. So it is just, so it checks every 2 seconds that if the page is available. So if the page is down or if the server is down, then it will be considered as unhealthy. So here response timeout is 2-second interval. So every after 5 seconds, it will check again. And if it is down for more than 2 seconds, then it will be considered as unhealthy. Unhealthy threshold is right here, where you can set it up to 4 different threshold. And here you have healthy threshold. This is number of consecutive health check failure before declaring EC2 instance is unhealthy. And second one, number of consecutive health check success before declaring EC2 instance is healthy. So this one is just making sure that if this times out for more than 2 times, then it will be considered as unhealthy. So let's say you can say this 10, it means that, so first time out was 1, so the website was down for 2 seconds, and it won't be considered as unhealthy because you said 10 times, it should try 10 times, then it should be considered unhealthy if it is. So so this will be like, so how many times, so after every 5 seconds it will check for 2 seconds delay. So this will wait for maybe 2 seconds. So 2 seconds into 10, so that will be 20 seconds. 20 and 40 seconds. So almost 1 minute. If for 1 minute this website is down, then it will be considered as unhealthy. But we'll keep that same threshold, and then it will be considered as. So we need to keep that threshold smaller so that we can get that unhealthy signal as soon as possible. So this is basically the health check rule. On this rule, the load balancer will automatically perform health check on your EC2 instance and only route traffic to instances that pass health check. It is instance. If the instance fails the health check, it is automatically removed from the load balancer. Customize the health check to meet your specific requirements. So this is that. And now we can add our EC2 instance. So now this is the EC2 instance that we are load balancing, and we can add the tag here. So this is ELB web 01, and create and review. So now the load balancer is created. So load balancer is created, and it will give us the state in
A simple one, right?
it's just a simple one. It's just a simple one. And so load balancer, if I go to the instance, it's right here, and sometime it will give you a state. The status should be, or the state should be ready. So sometime in simple load balancer it doesn't give out that state. So here these are the instances you can add. So for now it is just one instance, and so for now it is just checking. It will say, it will turn to green once the health check is done. This is the health check. This is the listener. It is listening on this port. There is monitoring and instance. So let's go to the load balancer here, and within load balancer all we need to do is to make sure that it is available. So it should check. Going back to the description here, and this is the DNS name that it is trying to connect to. So if I go to the load balancer and go to here, so it's not ready at the moment. It's not ready at the moment. Once it is ready, then it will provide us. Okay, so in the meantime, let's create a second load balancer. We'll just give it some time. So I'm going to create this TCP load balancer. This is more intelligent than a simple load balancer. So now simple, so this one, we will call this. This is network load balancer, and here you can have based on the IP address as well in that. So in here you can have different type of IP addresses, internet facing or public facing. So in that you can create a public load balancer or a internal load balancer. If we can look at this here.
I think we translated the internal IP address, right?
Translated the internal IP address in where?
No, we used to use netted IP address, virtual IPs, and then
for which one? For simple load balancer or for the network
for
load
load
balancer?
balancing, basically we use two virtual IP pointing to two internal IP.
Right. Yeah. So you're talking about the network load balancer, right? So
Right.
yes, network load balancer here, we will provide one public IP address and then internal IP addresses will be here. So in here, you can see this is application level load balancer. Users are connected to application. So ALB is application load balancer, and this is network load balancer here, NLB. So it connects right from here and connect to the subnet. And from here, they'll be further divided into these two EC2 instances. So it can work. So most of the time, the internet facing is application level load balancer, where the requests are filtered and then sent to a specific website or link. And from here, then they are sent inside the network. So there is internal load balancer and external load balancer. So I'm going to go to here. So if you need to create an internal load balancer just for your own AWS cloud, then select internal load balancer, whereas you can select a internet facing load balancer. So this load balancer will be internet facing load balancer. Rest of the properties are exactly like simple load balancer, which is it will listen on port 80. There are no specific URLs or the pages that you can direct to. It only works exactly like simple load balancer, but here you have some more intelligence added here. Now in this, you are having this, and within here, you can select number of zones. So we will select our zone here assigned by AWS, which is where the EC2 instance is sitting. And in security, so here, so it will go with the normal security group. With configure routing here. So this is target group. Now you can select a load balancer based on the target group, which is load balancer will provide route requests to targets in the target group by default if you have an unused target group in the load balancer. So for this load balancer, we need to have at least two EC2 instances. So so I can give a name here first. And I need to create another EC2 instance as well. Simple load balancer will only show us the health of the EC2 instance, and one EC2 instance will work fine with the simple, but network load balancer, application load balancer, you need at least two EC2 instances.
So these load balancers also work with the auto scaling?
These load balancer, yes. So once you create an auto scaling group, there is an option where you can create a load balancer with the auto scaling group. For sure, yes, it will work. If these are web services, then you can also add a load balancer with them.
So Adnan, best practice is to first application load balancer, and then they further load balancer to the network load. Is this the best practice?
Okay, so for a very large network, yes, this will be a best practice to have and there is always, yes, in all of the environments, there is always a application load balancer on the internet facing. So this is our internet gateway group, gateway. So this is our internet gateway. From here, the request passes through, goes to application load balancer, and application load balancer will make sure what specific request needs to go. Yes, to answer your question, yes, this is the case. The best practice is first application load balancer, then it will be sent inside. But in some cases, for your internal EC2 instances, you don't need an application level load balancing. Application load balancer is only required in the DMZ zone, which is in where you have parameter network. Whereas inside your company, inside your EC2 instances, you have hundreds of EC2 instances. We mostly use just the network load balancer for internal services.
But the people are coming from the outside. Then we need a
Yes, for sure. For your public website, we need application load balancer, but there are intranet websites as well, where people are accessing the names, and just like the one that we did, maybe connecting to EC2 instance and internal HR portal. People are not going outside, people are accessing from inside as well. So and now the newer name for this, I mean, companies are using WAF devices. So this is so WAF load balancer, which is Cloud Web Application Firewall, they work with application load balancers as well. And so, I mean, just to answer your question, you're saying what is the best practice? Should they go from the application level load balancer? Before application load balancer, requests are going from outside. So WAF basically works with application level load balancer. The request goes directly to here. the application, Windows application level. So this is WAF, and from there they are connected back to HTTP traffic. So it is going inside your network. So hit the application level load balancer, and then they connect to network level load balancer. Now, at this point, guys, don't be confused between the architecture of your network. Architecture of your network won't be your responsibility at this point of understanding, but here our focus is to understand these basic services and how they work together. Most probably, you won't be setting up these services because this is properly done with planning and designing and design. And once it is planned and designed, then it is then we try them out in the test and dev environment, and then they are transferred into production environment. So so I understand your question, Ajmal, but so it can be different designs. It can be just a network load
One
balancer.
more question.
Yes, yes, go
One
ahead.
more question. Before, a static gateway, we build the two servers. Then people are using a WAF. Can you explain it? Why they are using WAF?
Where?
Uh, Before there was a cache server, right? Cache server. A lot of places I work, but they are using WAF. So what
Yes.
is WAF?
So WAF is just this. WAF is Windows Application Firewall, Windows level application firewall.
Yeah,
WAF is a device. So sorry, it is Web Application Firewall. This firewall is just a firewall. So it makes sure that when people are connected inside the network, when people are coming to your network, rogers.com,
right.
they always hit this firewall. So this is a good example here. They always hit this firewall, and WAF basically is more intelligent firewall than just a port level firewall. So it can reverse proxy. It can make sure that only legit people are going into your organization, legit requests are going into your organization. So to answer your question, WAF is nothing more than a firewall, but it can also filter based on the content that people are sending into your network.
And it's a cloud base, right?
It's a cloud-based firewall.
Okay.
Yes, it's a
Okay.
cloud-based. WAF is used for all the clouds.
Yeah, it's a firewall. Okay, thank you.
Yes. So everyone, so I'm creating this target group. Target group is just saying that this load balancer will be working with what type of services. So here I'm saying this will work with instances. So at the moment we have only one instance. So I'm going to create another instance, which is a web server. And so for that reason, I can go with instance, or you can say that this is, my target group is IP addresses. So whatever IP address that I provide here in this target group, then it can work. Now in here, we can understand this target group right here from this diagram, that here I can say that this load balance is either it is IP based or either it is instance based. Instance, when I say if it is instance based, then I will add all the four instances with this, connect these instances with load balancer. Or if I say if it is IP based, then I can say that, IP address 192.168.10.55 is in this load balancer, and also 192.168.10.65 in this load balancer. So I'm making sure that not these two instances are not there, but only these two instances are there. So that's what the target group is. So once I say that these two are part of this target group, this load balancer, then this will be considered as, let's say I use an instance name. So this is called target group 1. And then I can create another target group, and that can be connected to different EC2 in different load balancers. So in here, it's just saying what is your target group, which instances will be load balanced with this. I'm going to say instances, and here it's the same port number, saying that do you want to do it on this port number, or do you want to do it on port 22? Remember that there are many ports used in the security group. So I'm saying that we need to do it for port number 80. Why do we see port number 80? Anyone? Why do we keep on using port number
Because
80?
most of the application websites are application front is a website, web based application. Most of the
Exactly.
application are web based, so most are 80 or 80 or 443.
exactly because all the websites work on port 80. All the websites. So if port 80 is blocked at home in your router, then you won't be able to browse anything in your internet. So port 80 is the one where most of the time we use, but you can use here any port number. So you can load balance based on any port number. So second thing is it's saying that health check. How do you do the health check? Health check will be done with TCP on the same port number. If this port is not available, it means that it is unhealthy. If this port is available, then it is considered as healthy. So I'm going to quickly go here and I am going to just
I had a quick question on that, Bhai.
yes, yes, please go ahead.
So the HTTPS and HTTP, is it just more secure, or like could we use the HTTPS here as well, or?
So HTTP is not secure. HTTP is clear text, whereas HTTPS is secure, it's all encrypted. So here you can see this is HTTPS, which is this page. Whatever
Right.
I'm doing on this page, nobody can intercept in between this. So there are software that can connect between this my internet session and the internet, and they can see whatever I'm doing. But if it is just HTTP, everything is text. So everything that is traveling from my computer to internet will be text, and anybody can intercept and see what I'm doing.
Right. So in the live environment, it's always recommended to go with the S, right?
In real environment, it's always S. Yes, it is always S. But why we are not using here S? The reason is because in order to have HTTPS, you need to have certificates. So you need to
Right.
deploy that environment, and then you'll be
Right.
able to do it.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
You're most welcome. And I am just quickly creating this. So this instance will be ready. And what I am going to do is I'm going to create two more instances. Two more instances. Do I need two more instances at this point? Let's see. So this instance is being installed. So the instance is being installed. Once this instance is ready, all we need to do is to add this here. And within the advanced health check, it will be traffic port, same thing. What will be your threshold and this goes into seconds. So the thresholds that how does it decide that which when it is successful or not. So I'm just gonna leave it as is. And here we need to so registered target instances, yes, right here. So we can add both of the instances to this, add to registered. So now I have two instances within this load balancer. And in this, all I need to do is review and create. So just keep that in mind, guys. ELB, which is Elastic Load Balancer. Elastic Load Balancer is just used to load balance information. For interview purposes, whenever they say, what do you know about ELB? So just keep that in mind. And if you're making this on a rough page, you will never forget it, that Elastic Load Balancer are used to load balance information between different instances. And mostly it is used for web purposes. And elastic load balancers are of two main types, basically application level load balancer, and you have network level load balancer. Simple load balancer is just used for test and dev environment. Now let's create, so yes, I do need to create quickly. I'll just provision two more EC2 instances for application level load balancer. So for that, let's quickly do that. You can do that with me. I mean, we are all at least specialists in making provisioning instances. So at least you can You all can do this. I mean, even ELB is not difficult to understand. You can create ELB, and most of the things, once you understand, are logical to just follow. So here, I'm just going to create 2 instances, 2 of these, and I am going to try this. Just making sure it is yum update y and so by the way, we can add this later on as well. So service.http, all are small letters and nothing else to be changed here. So, and here I'm gonna name that. So these are, and both of them will be HTTP port is open, and I'm just going to call the security group and launch the instances. I'm going to use the same key for them. And going back to our EC2 instance, and let's see the 2 EC2 instances are ready, and logging into the instance. So once I log into the instance, at this point, everyone should be able to kind of connect to your EC2 instance and just install the web server. Okay, so this seems to be, I'll just give it some more time here and just making sure that this is available. Okay, why is it not connecting? I can connect to this here, to my instance. So sometimes AWS cloud is, I mean, it might be our internet connection is a bit slow. So for that reason, I'm going to connect to my, so I am going to connect here. Since I do have AWS CLI installed, all I need to do is make sure if the key is here. So I have the key here. So I keep the key within this users folder, and all I need to do is connect. So let me see if I can connect to the other one, because it might be an issue. So the other one is connecting. Other one is connected, and this one is not connecting. Oh, this one. Okay, there is something wrong accessing. connect to the host, which is connection timed out. So it is connection timed out. So for that, I'll just check the security group. So mostly it is because of the security group. I do have a public IP address and I do have a security ports, inbound ports. Let's see. Oh, yes. So we can see that only port that is available is HTTP. So what I did when I was creating this, I changed the existing port 22 to 80. So instead of 80, I think adding the rule, I just changed the port from 22 to 80. So that is why it is. So now it should be available. So there is always some reason behind when we are getting an error message. So because it's all mathematics. So there is some equation, some formula that is working in the background. Okay, so now that I am connected, I will clear screen. So what do I need to do? I just do the same thing. Installing the web service, web package. So the service is started and we can just go and check the service on this server. So where do I need to go to? I need to go to the instance, and then here I just need to go to this web server. And from the web server, I can just select the public IP address, or I can select the name and go to the instance. So the page is working. So it is working on both pages here. And we can go back to the load balancer. So we have one network load balancer, the other one. And here I do have this load balancer in this. So I can check this load balancer by going in here and just trying that out. So load balancer is working. So it is connected to one of the instances. Now so here load balancer, it is still saying provisioning, but I think this is done. If I refresh this, yes, it is active. The other one is active as well. But it doesn't show. So this is why simple load balancer is only for test and dev environment, whereas network load balancer is exactly like this, but here we have more options. So this one is working. This is working here. We can quickly create another application level load balancer. So application load balancer, the only thing that we need to see, it has exactly the same thing, but here you can have more filters available. So app load balancer. So this is again internet facing. Here we have listener on this. We can have listener of both HTTP and HTTPS. So no need for HTTPS, we have it. And in this case, we can have one region or we can have multiple regions available. Going to the next settings, here you can add a service. So you can add an accelerator. Accelerator are used for basically global accelerator. So in VPC we learned this concept. Global accelerators are used to basically have more speed to your website. So okay, so in the previous one, we need to have at least two subnets. So in application load balancer, we need to select two subnets actually right here. So global accelerator is a service that you will need to buy from AWS. You need to buy this service from AWS. You will be charged extra for this, but with Global Accelerator, your website response will be faster. So AWS will make sure that users are connected to your website in a very, very fast manner. It's not a mandatory service. You can just go without this. And so here, I need to select one more subnet for this for load balancing. So simple load balancer, there is no requirement of two EC2 instances. In network load balancer, you have requirement of at least two EC2 instances, whereas in application load balancer, you have to have at least two EC2 instances, plus you need to have two different subnets available as well. And for the security settings, we'll select the same security group. I'm going to select the one that I created for Sydney EC2 instances. And next, now here is my target group. So target group is now here, you can see more options. So it can be, the target group can be based on instances, based on IP, based on Lambda function as well. Now we will discuss what is Lambda function in a moment, but Lambda function basically is an application level. So as you can see, all three are three types of load balancers, but they have different features. So in that, I'm going to name this. So this is application elastic load balancer target group 1, and this can be based on your Lambda function. If it is based on Lambda function, then you have to have a Lambda function available. So it's saying that you can refer to a picture here, and so Lambda function is just saying it will just basically divides will give you more intelligence to your website. So the main idea behind Lambda is serverless service, and we will learn Lambda in a moment. But here in the load balancing, it's saying that instead of just going to the instances, so it's not only target instances, it will be some function based load balancing as well. So we will see Lambda in a moment. And here the protocol and the port number is this, and the protocol provision is HTTP1. So these are different versions of HTTP. And here is the main thing that that I was saying, that you can load balance based on the path of the URL.
The application, okay, application
Right.
path.
So this is application paths. Based on the path of the URL, you can load balance here. Destination part of the health is the path that begins with this character, and then you can have almost all these characters. So this is basically from your website. And if you go to advanced level here, the traffic port and override and all this. Now this all information, you will get it from your website administrators. They would let you know that what type of traffic goes to which type of web service. But here in application level load balancing, you have all these options. If you just leave it as is, then it will be based on it will be used for all your website. Or you can type here the URL of your web page. Let's say it's going to blog.360cloud. It's going to let's say support page. You can send it to the forums page. You can send it to the documentation page. So it can load balance based on what is available on the website. So once you register here, now it is asking that how many instances can be used in this load balancer. So as we know that this server, the first server already is connected with simple load balancer. Then both servers are connected to network load balancer. Here I can connect all 4 servers with application load balancer as well. So all 3 load balancer can work with all 3 load balancing service. If I go here and select next, and so this is load balancer is created. So once the load balancer is created, it will take time for this to provision. So the provisioning is done, is happening. It's running the rules in the background, and once it is done, then you will be able to exactly access this load balancer in this. So let's say, how can we test that if it is load balancing between the two? The only way to do that is have a different web page on.
Exactly. Have a different web page or different color. So
Yes.
you will know that which one. Yeah.
So yes, so we can have it. It's saying that you can go to this HTML page, and within this HTML page, you can have different. So let's try to do it on one of the EC2 instance. So this is the network load balancer, and I'm already connected to one of them. And this one is so this one is which one? This one is the one that I created later on with web server 2. So in this, let's see what do we have here. So I'm going to go to first of all, we need to go to that folder HTM, and in here, if I can see, I can go to. So first of all, let me try the most simplest method. Okay, so this website, and this should be saved in index.htm. So this is index.htm file. It is saved in this, and let's see that if it is going, if this is saved. So if I go to, so one of the pages is default, and the other page will be this. So for that, let me go to the test page. So this is our network load balancer, and if I refresh this, and if I try to use this other browser, if I try to use this other browser, okay. So for that, let me change that for the other as well. Because it's the cache, it is being cached in our browser, so it's not changing. In case there is a problem, what we can do, we can shut down one of the instances. So I think I did the change on this one. I just need to make sure where I'm connected. I'm connected to 172.31.90. So guys, this is the same thing that you will be doing in the custom lab as well. So when we work with these instances, it becomes sometimes it becomes really difficult when you work on complex infrastructure. So here I need to make sure where I'm connected to 90.170. This is 90.170. So this is the instance I'm connected to, and the only other instance in that load balancer is this. So let me, what I can do, I can stop this instance. Let's say if I stop this instance, then it should connect to that, and so it's stopping this instance. And in doing that, I can connect to, okay, so now it is completely down because it was only connected to that main instance. And let's try to look at so load balancer has both of the instances. So this is my network load balancer. Here I have instance, subnet is this, and where are the instances? Listener, this is my target group. So within this is looking at this port, and listener is fine. Subnet is, so this is 1E. Okay, so I am looking at. Actually, they just changed this interface, and here I should be able to see my instances. So this is connected here. This subnet is fine. Uh, target group. Okay, so this is my target group, and in the target group, the one that is used with this is this one, and here going back. So these are the two instances that are in here. Both instances are here, and so it should be load balancing between the two. So it's saying target on this is stopped state. The other one is available, and the availability zone is not enabled for load balancing. Why is it not enabled for load balancing? 9. Guys, let's take a 10 minutes break here. Let me see what is done, and then right after the break, we'll start with this again. Okay, so let's take a 10 minutes break. Right after the break, we will continue. And I'll share with you what is wrong with this. What do I need to do? Hello, welcome back after the break, everyone. Just before the break, we were working with load balancers. And working with load balancers is even in the real environment. I mean, it takes many tries once you set up these services. So it will take tries from your side as well when you do it. So I was just checking that when I was creating this load balancer, it was important to select the right availability zone. Probably that was the reason why I was not able to select this. So when I went into instances, so I saw that this instance is sitting in 1E availability zone, and the other instance was is sitting in 1B in availability zone. Whereas for the load balancing, I selected 1E and 1D. So that was the reason why Web2 was not able to be part of this availability zone. So now that we have so now that we have selected this, so what I did in the break, I just went into this network. I recreated this, and it is still provisioning, and it is active now. So this load balance is working with this target group. So this target group has targets. So the target is shown here. Number one, that within the target, it is showing us registered instances. So here, if I go down on this one, so health check is there, and here it's not showing me. This is the only target group that is available. And if I edit this, okay, so now in here, I can see only one machine here, and I can try and add it to the target. So target group meaning that which load balancer, which instance needs to be there. So this one, and why can I see the other one? Because the other one is stopped. Other one is not working. So which is this one. I can start that as well. So start this, so then we'll be able to add this. So once it is registered with the target group and you have the right availability zone attached with this, so I'm gonna add this. So here it's saying target group this and availability zone this. So healthy is no, health check. So it will take some time for this to be connected. So let's see if I just add this now. This is fine. What I can do is once this instance is back, so this is initializing. Let's say if this is installed, and the second thing that I need to check that sometimes we do oversee is that if this is a proper web server, so the web server is working fine, the HTML file that we added, it's working fine on this, and same goes for the other instance, which is our normal instance where we haven't changed anything. So this one is just starting up, so it's not fully startup at the moment. Oh, probably guys. So this is it's still initializing, meaning it is still starting up. And even after once it is started, we also need to make sure that that the service HTTPD service is set to on. So mostly once you restart the instance, the HTTPD service is not on, you need to go back and then start the service. So in the meantime, while this machine comes back, we can go back to Route 53 and see that if we can add that S3 bucket. So with the S3 bucket, what we did, we created a static website going back to S3 bucket, just making sure if that is available. So in this here, I just need to go to, so this is my static website, and just check that out. So the static website is working fine, and we were trying to connect that to our public route 53 that we created, and sometimes name is available, but it won't be able to bind into AWS services. So we have only one hosted zone, and this is my zone. It is domain registration is successful, and all I need to do is basically go into hosted zone and connect this to our to connect this to the roles, connect this to our EC2 instances. So for now it's saying that it is available, but it's not when we tried it last time. So this one is, no, I'm not creating a new zone. I'm creating a new record actually. So in order to create a record, I need to go into this zone. When we create a new zone, it means that you're trying to create a new DNS name. You need to register. You're creating a new hosted zone. It can be a new domain name. But for now, I need to add a record inside this 360 cloudacademy.com. So in here, all I need to do is to create a new record. And when we create a record, we can create a simple record here, and going into this, go to next. And here we will define a record. It is exactly like creating, when you access a website, you will say www.360academy.com or blog.com or info.com. So these are those names, just like this one here. So here you can see console.aws.amazon.com. Basically, these are records. This is the domain name, and these are the simple records that are created. So this is aws.amazon.com. We can even say that aws.360cloudacademy.com. Endpoint will be our 360 bucket. Region is this region, and it is still not available. So just like they said, it might take 2 or 3 days for this to, domain name is available, but it's not just uh, using, so it might take more time. So here choose when routing traffic. It's very simple. It's just taking time for this to connect. So I will make sure that this is available in the video when you will be doing the labs on this. So in the meantime, so there are three types of load balancer, guys. Load balancers are application level simple load balancer. The main idea behind load balancing is that it will load balancer information. For exam and interview purposes, we need to understand, we need to remember this for the interview purposes. Load balancer, how do they connect? How do they work? And so for when when I provide you with the lab video, just follow the lab video and try creating it, and you will definitely, these are advanced services, you will definitely get issues as well. So I would say don't give up. Just try to accomplish what is required, and I will do that as well. And so when you're doing it, when you're configuring this, there are many different things that we need to recreate, reconfigure, and then they start working even in the real environment. So I'm going to check the load balancer right at the end, but here we need to basically understand two more services for today, and then we'll come back to the practical. So the two more services is number one, Elastic Beanstalk, and number two, Lambda service. So Elastic Beanstalk is a service that is used for Elastic Beanstalk. Elastic Beanstalk is a service, it's an application service. So basically, Elastic Beanstalk is an application level service. So this service is available right here. So in Azure, this is known as app services. In app services, the main purpose of Elastic Beanstalk is that you don't need to manage the infrastructure. Elastic Beanstalk will you will provide the requirement, and it will provision the complete infrastructure for you. So you don't have to manage EC2 instances, and you don't have to manage. So it's right here, Elastic Beanstalk, run and manage web apps. So once you are in Elastic Beanstalk, it is a service where you don't need to provision. Now, we have seen website being deployed in two different ways. So we have seen website being deployed with with S3. So with S3, we have deployed a website, and we also deployed a website using we also deployed a website using EC2 instance. Okay, so there are two ways that we already know how to deploy a website. So in order to understand, so this will give you a better understanding of Elastic Beanstalk, and you will remember this picture and make a picture on your notes as well. So website can be deployed in three different ways. Website can be deployed. So one way is through S3 bucket that will give you a static website. And second one was EC2 instance that will give you an instance based website. And the third way is Elastic Beanstalk. So this is Elastic Beanstalk. Now, the third way is Elastic Beanstalk. The main purpose of Elastic Beanstalk is, let's see these requirements. In order to have S3 type of bucket, you need to create a bucket, right? So you will create a bucket, and then you will have contents inside the bucket. Everyone, I need your attention for for next few minutes here, just to understand the concept. So you will create a bucket in order to have a website in this, and then you will add index.html and all of the other website content here. And once they are in the bucket, then you will start using them. Then the bucket, so here the content is in the bucket. Before, the bucket was empty. You create a bucket, you will provide the HTML files. So these are all your HTML files. And once the bucket is ready, it will give you a name to which you can access this bucket. So that will be, let's say, cloud.com. So this is how this is how the website is accessed from S3. Now, how do you do that? Sorry about that. Everyone, how how do you do that from EC2 instance? Now, from the EC2 instance, you do exactly the same thing. You bring an instance here, and within the instance, we will install the web services. So guys, what are we trying to understand? We are trying to understand Elastic Beanstalk. So let me actually move it. Actually, it's fine. So here in this case, what we did in this case, that we have this service. So in order to host a website on EC2 instance, you will create a EC2 instance. EC2 instance can be a Linux instance, or it can be a Windows instance. In both cases, you will deploy IaaS service. So here you will deploy HTTPD service, which will make a website. Here you will deploy IaaS service. So in both cases, it will become a web server. It will become a web server, and in the web server, you will host your complete website. So these are your HTML pages on this. HTML pages on this, and once you have this, then users can access this website. So 360cloud.com. So here you will access the website. So guys, here now two ways of accessing the website. S3, that you create a bucket, then you add the picture, add your HTML and access the bucket. The website is ready. Yes, you do need to enable website on the bucket level. enable static website, going into the settings, and here you will install these services and then the website, then you will add the website and it is available. Guys, in these both cases, you have to maintain the bucket. You have to maintain EC2 instances, which means that here you're maintaining on two levels. First of all, you need to maintain the infrastructure. This is known as infrastructure, and you also need to maintain the website as well. So you are maintaining the website. So as an admin, your responsibility is to maintain both of them. You're maintaining the website, you're maintaining the website, you're maintaining the infrastructure. So you have two headache here. If there is anything wrong with the infrastructure, then you'll have to fix the infrastructure, and then you will make changes in the website. But guys, in Elastic Beanstalk, you don't have to maintain any infrastructure. All you need to do is to create an Elastic Beanstalk environment. Elastic Beanstalk environment is basically an environment where you can, and let me bring here, this is Elastic Beanstalk. So
Is that
this,
a script?
sorry?
Is that a script?
No, it's a complete yes, it will be, I mean, it will be a script at the end, but we won't be working with the script. So we will just create an Elastic Beanstalk. Then we will say that what type of website environment do we need. So here you can select Java environment. Here you can select my website is all based on Java, or my website is all based on .NET, or my website is based on Python. So once you select the environment, you create an Elastic Beanstalk, you create an environment, and this will give you a place where you can upload your all website applications. So all your files goes here, web environment, and then you can just access access the website.
Is it the same thing? App service, Azure?
Exactly. In Azure, this is known as app service. In AWS, this is known as Elastic Beanstalk. So it's really, I mean, a Beanstalk and app service. I mean, app service is easier to understand. So when I started before, Beanstalk still seems to me a strange name. It's like a difficult name, difficult thing to remember. But Beanstalk is nothing but an app service that hosts the complete service and provides the website. Now, what is the big advantage in this? The big advantage is that the admins, they don't have to worry about the infrastructure, the complete infrastructure that is in the back end. That complete infrastructure includes EC2 instances, that includes S3 if there are S3 buckets in the environment. So all that is you don't have to worry about. So admin doesn't have to, okay, just a second. So this is, so admin doesn't have to worry about the environment. So this is what Elastic Beanstalk does. Elastic Beanstalk will provide you a complete environment, and then you select the environment, and the admin can focus, or your company can just focus on the business side of your environment. So here you need to maintain the EC2 instance. So you need to maintain the licensing of this, the operating system. If it is server 2016, you need to maintain that it is properly licensed. Number one, it is properly updated. With all security patches. Also, it has the proper firewall and all that you need to make sure, and security ports and everything you need to maintain on your own. And even in the bucket side as well, the permissions on the bucket, the size of the bucket, and all that. So, but here with Elastic Beanstalk, all you need to do is to create this service. And once the service is created, you just select the environment and upload your complete web app application. Once the web app is uploaded, people can start using this application. Then you, as your company or as a web admin, you just need to focus on a website, because these websites change every day. So eBay website, when it started the first day, and now there is a huge change. So based on the number of products, based on number of technology that is used and all that. So web team can only focus on this. They don't have to worry about the infrastructure. For the infrastructure, AWS guarantees their infrastructure is available 24/7 with 99.999 availability.
So how many server this website will be host on? Like We know that or no? Don't know.
Yes, yes, we do. We do. So once we create an Amazon Elastic Beanstalk, at that point, it will ask us that what is the size of your environment? What type of instances would you need? Would you need a smaller instance, or would you need your environment is large? So based on your selection, it will give you the number of resources, and you will clearly see the costing as well, that how much this website is costing you. You can increase or decrease the environment anytime.
So it will also do the auto scaling.
It will also do auto scaling. It will also do load balancing. So this environment here, you don't need to worry about anything of the infrastructure. So that's the main feature of Elastic Beanstalk. Okay. Now here, so one more time, guys, if you have made this picture in your notes, you will never forget it. So if you are able to compare this between S3, EC2, and Elastic Beanstalk, this will be a good remembering. This is how you need to remember this, because otherwise it will be difficult for you to explain what is Elastic Beanstalk. Okay, so Elastic Beanstalk is nothing but an app service. What we need to do, we need to go into Elastic Beanstalk, we will add this service, and once the service is added, we will provide an environment. And once the environment is provided, now who will decide that what type of environment is needed? You will need to work with your web admin. So we, as a cloud admin, we don't know what their environment is. The web admins might be working with Java environment, JSON scripts, or they might be working with .NET, Python. And once we are there, we will see that what type of environments are there. So based on website web admin, so we'll be working with web admin, just like with databases, we work with database admin. And here we will be working with web admin. Based on their requirement, we will create an environment for them.
After that, we don't need a web admin then.
No, web admin will always be required, because this is only providing you infrastructure, and web admins are making the website. So you will still need designers, you will still need web admins. They will need to, because this is only giving you infrastructure. It's not giving you the website.
Designer, we will buy the designer, but the admin, we can do that.
You- why are you making the admin admins will be panicked? But guys, these websites are complex nowadays, especially with cloud, especially with these SaaS PaaS services. Web admins requirements are more and more. A few years back, there was no requirement for developers even before the cloud. Now with cloud, developers are even more required than just cloud admins or cloud architects. Developers are being paid really, really well with all these apps on smartphones and everywhere. And so for at least 10 years, the requirements of developers were died, and there were no requirement of developers. But with cloud, they are busier than us now.
Then artificial intelligence.
Then there will be machine learning and artificial intelligence. Yes, but still, I think in our age, there won't be, but maybe our children's children, they will face that issue, that they'll be competing against robots and artificial intelligence and then machine learning and all that. But in our age, we'll still, I mean, we're on the safe side. So guys, one more time, Elastic Beanstalk. Elastic Beanstalk is a service, is a web service. You just maintain this service. And guys, before we can start, we can make that environment, I also wanted to introduce here Lambda service. Lambda service is almost the same thing as Elastic Beanstalk, but it's a little bit different. Now, Lambda service, I don't know where they get these names from, but Lambda service is basically called serverless functions. So serverless service. By the way, Elastic Beanstalk is purely a PaaS implementation. So Elastic Beanstalk is a PaaS service. So if somebody says, if somebody asks you what is a PaaS implementation in AWS, this is a PaaS implementation, whereas these two are actually, this one is especially EC2 is a IaaS implementation. And S3 is also part of IaaS implementation. IaaS implementation is always where you have to maintain the infrastructure. And in Elastic Beanstalk, since you don't have to maintain the infrastructure, it is known as a PaaS service. Now, the second service that we will be understanding today is Lambda service. Lambda service is also serverless service. It is also considered as a PaaS service as well. Now, so we just need to understand the difference between a Lambda and Beanstalk. The purpose of both services is the same. So they both serve the same purpose, provide a website or provide a function that where you don't need to maintain infrastructure. So even in Lambda service, you don't need to maintain the infrastructure. Now let's see where Lambda service fits into this infrastructure. So so in here, so just like it's all about a web application or a website. So so for web application, so web app, which we call a web app or a mobile app. So web app or a mobile app, they are all the services that people are interested in. So users will be connecting to these service to your web app. Now this can be hosted in 3 different environments. We already seen that this can be hosted in a S3 bucket. So I can host that into a bucket, a website. So you cannot host a web app or mobile app in the bucket because these have website. So S3 is only for static website. It cannot maintain a dynamic website. So there is these restrictions. So we cannot say S3 is a full-fledged so where you can run a full-fledged web application, but it hosts a static website. So I'm just giving you an option to understand that a website can be hosted, but it's only for specific to static website. So always remember that. This is why on S3 website page where you can add the website, it says static website. So this, it's not a full-fledged website though. So full-fledged website can be hosted in EC2 instance. So we have an EC2 instance here, and you can have multiple EC2 instance with load balancing and auto scaling to have this instance available. Okay, so here you can add this website. And the third service that we know of is Elastic Beanstalk. So this is the third service, which is this one. So here you can also host a static website. In this, you don't have to maintain any infrastructure. It's a web service.
We can host a dynamic, right?
Yeah, so this, I mean, it's a full-fledged web service. So in both of them, in EC2 instances, in Elastic Beanstalk, you host a complete website, from a simple website
S3?
to a complex website.
S3?
S3 is just static content.
Static, okay.
It's just static content, okay? So now that we know that the websites can be hosted in this, in Elastic Beanstalk is that service. Now, where does Lambda fits in? Guys, Lambda fits into, first of all, let me get the
Whole infrastructure.
Yeah, so it is, I just need to get the icon for this. So here, yes, so here is the icon for this. It's better to understand by the service icon. So Lambda is a function that works behind the website. So that's what we need to understand. Lambda is not a front end service. Lambda is a service that works behind all these websites. So we have, let's say, all these services where your website is hosted, and Lambda is a service that works behind the website for all of the supporting services. So it's exactly like a supporting role in movies. So in movies, there is a main role, then there is supporting role. Supporting role roles are those roles that are there for, for supporting purposes, for comedy purposes, for other purposes. But guys, this is exactly that role, this Lambda service. So all of the backend functionality, if you need functions in the backend functionality, now what type of functions can be there? So for example, if it is a website, and the website is a e-commerce website, and website is hosted in EC2 or in Elastic Beanstalk, this website might have any e-commerce payment gateway, let's say payment gateway type of functions. So these all functions, so you can create one functions, or maybe let's say a simple payment function, that let's say you need to, once a user buys something, a product, so user goes here on this website and select a product, and that product needs to be basically checked against that how much quantity is available for this. So that product number one, let's say it's a smartwatch, and smartwatch, you need to see that where it is available and how much quantity is there. You can create a Lambda function for this. Lambda function will go back to the database and see, and that how much quantity is available. Let's say we are using this database server, this database, and Lambda function will go into the database, run that report or whatever function, and then it returns back the value that there are 40 of these pieces available. So 40 in quantity available. So number 40.
Adnan?
Yes, please go ahead.
So if I'm trying to understand this, so this is like a fulfillment center. If I have a small company and I want to I'm running a website, doing a business on website and have a fulfillment center, then I can use the Lambda service.
Fulfillment center. So I'm not aware of fulfillment center, so I cannot.
Like Amazon, right? I mean, you're doing a business in Amazon, and you send them to the product to them and to their fulfillment center.
Right. So that fulfillment center is a huge big warehouse where you will keep your products, and from there the products are sent to wherever they need to send to, right? Is that something that is the fulfillment center? So okay, fulfillment center might be not a very good, but I mean, if you can understand that in that manner, that is fine. But here the main idea is that all of the websites are not so static website doesn't have these type of functions, but where you need a backend services, where you need some type of calculation, some types of reports that needs to run, there we need Lambda functions. So basically these are functions. So if somebody is coming from a development background, in development it is very common when you create a program or an application. When you create one application, that application starts with a simple interface. So let's say user registration, the user needs to enter the name and then the address, let's say simple registration process, and then need to submit the report. So this is a simple application, but in the background there are different functions working with this. So when you click on submit here, there is some functions that runs and that function is a line of code, and that will store that into the database, right? So this function, basically this function, you can this same function can be used with other applications as well. So this is a second type of registration, and it needs to store this information. So instead of writing that function again, you can just call that function, and the data will be stored in here. So function is something that you can make once, and you can use it with many different applications. So this function is known as Lambda service in AWS. So now let's see how does it look like in the again one more time on the whiteboard here. So first of all, we need to have, let's say, these three things. So we have EC2 instance as a website, and then we have functions that run to support the website, and then we have users who are accessing the website. So We have users who are accessing the website over the internet.
And S3.
Of S3, S3, I won't include S3 with Lambda or Beanstalk because these are proper web I mean, web services management applications.
Okay.
S3 is just a static website, so I won't include that. I included that in the example so that we can understand that website can be hosted in many different ways. And one of the ways is S3 as well, but it's not a pure, website hosting service. So here you can see here what we are trying to understand. We are trying to understand Lambda service, everyone. Lambda, we need to understand in this manner that we have users accessing the website over the internet. So this is internet, and users are connected to internet and they are accessing our website. So website is Amazon.com. And on Amazon.com is hosted either on a complete infrastructure or either in Elastic Beanstalk. So this is the complete website. The website is hosted right here. Now, what is a website? Website is a combination of many files, hundreds of files and folders. So these can be HTML files, these can be Java files, these can be pictures, videos. So website is made up of, we know that it is made up of all that. Even when you go to Amazon AWS website, we can see a lot of these things. These are basically stored in this. So website is hosted in both of these. So where is Lambda? So we do understand EC2 instance, website is hosted. Beanstalk, website is hosted in this environment. But where is functions? Functions are those scripts that can be run whenever they are required. So there can be a function of, let's say, a simple function of converting a file into many different type of formats. So for example, here on this website, let's say there are some videos stored. So videos are stored within this website, and that video is only MP3 format. So you need to create a function where this can be converted into MP, let's say into a AVI format or another format or a wave format. So this can be a function, and function is a line of code. Somebody needs to write that code, and once the code is ready, it will be converted into this, and the users will be able to see AVI format. You can also take an example of Netflix. Netflix, there you can watch a video on many different formats in many different places. And also, these are the functions that decide where the user is connected from and what type of content the user is using. So in US, so once if the user is connected from US, they would see different content on Netflix as compared to when the user is looking at Netflix in Middle East or in Australia, there are different contexts. So these are the functions that make that difference. That line of code will run, and they will make sure that so these are nothing but line of code that work in the background of a website. Okay, so one more time, guys. Elastic Beanstalk is a service that will provide you a complete environment, whereas a Lambda service is a service that will support the website from the background. So it can be conversion between one format to another. It can be conversion make from a large picture to a smaller picture, or it can be change of content based on the wherever users are connecting from. So
It is
what do
a
we need?
scripting.
Sorry?
It's a scripting, right? Lambda
Yes,
is a
yes,
scripting.
yes. Lambda is all scripting. Lambda, so mainly this function, we will just create it and provide it to the web developers. So even we will create this main environment, provide it to the web developers. So what is our responsibility? Our responsibility is to make sure that this environment is big enough for the website. So for example, your company started small. When we create Elastic Beanstalk, it was started small, and now there is a huge load. Before there were only 100 people used to connect. Now there are 1 million people used to connect to this website. So then they will come back to us as a cloud admin. Will go into Elastic Beanstalk and will give them a bigger environment. But then we need to remember that we need to have a bigger budget as well. So this is what our responsibility is. So Lambda, so sometime in the interviews, they would ask you a question, what is the difference between Lambda and Beanstalk? Both are used for web applications. So the answer to this is Lambda is used for backend application, for backend scripting. So this is only used for backend. I mean, you cannot host a complete website in Lambda. You can host a complete website in Beanstalk. You can bring a website and host in a Beanstalk, it will start working. But in Lambda, there is nothing like that. In Lambda, you will create small little functions and then you will attach them to the website and then they will do whatever you want to do. Okay, so now let's see that how does it work. So in order to work with these two, and so in order to work with these two, let's go into this environment. So for that, we need to go back here, and first of all, I need to go back to Elastic Beanstalk. So Elastic Beanstalk is one of the services. So always remember, if you're coming from Azure background, it's an app service. So let's, I wanted to show you this as well. So here, AWS Elastic Beanstalk versus Azure App Service. Both are exactly the same thing. And within images, if we can see, so companies are comparing these two services here. So here, this picture is exactly showing us that it is in Azure, it is known as a app service, and Azure VM. So you can host websites on the VM or on this service, and same goes for here. You can host a website on EC2 Instance, and you can also host a website on AWS Beanstalk. So both of them. Other than these, there are differences. There are some differences of features in both of the services, but remember that both of the services are giving us the same thing. And here, all the three services that we just discussed, Beanstalk and Lambda service. So in Azure, this is just known as functions, where you can write a script, and basically the developers will write a script in functions or Lambda service. They will write functions. It is a backend service for the website. Again, it is used for the website. So this is why it is used for web services. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a picture of this and put it in the notes. So we just compared these here. Okay. So now this is here, and also before I can show you, because mostly guys, this is environment building, and I mean, more than practical, you need to know exactly what the concept is for the theory purposes. I will though create videos for this. You can go into that, but here we can just create the environment. We won't be able to test that out. Why? Because you do need a full web application for that. You can connect it to any environment.
Have you ever used Lambda?
Yes, yes. So Lambda is used. So in the real environment, in the current project as well, what happens is we provide them the environment. So this is all done by web admins. So web admins work with application architects. So application architects are the one who design who design the complete application, and part of the application is website as well. So it is so application architect, and we as cloud architect, we work with application architect. And for us, for the practical, so we are here application architect, and we work with cloud admins. So once we decide that what needs to go into this, so architect, once we design this, that this is a website, and this website needs either EC2 instance. Would you like to have it in the EC2 instance, or would you like to have it in a Beanstalk? So this is a decision that architect needs to take. Now, how do they decide that how do we decide that which one is we need to go for, guys? It is always go back to two things. Number one, application compatibility. Number one, application compatibility. What are we trying to decide? That this website, should it go inside EC2 instance, or should it go into the Beanstalk? So how do we decide that? And so there are a number of factors that where we need to decide that, and this requires proper planning. But here I'll just give you a small example that I just had to go through, and you will, as an architect, you will always go through this information, and this will clear out the role as well, that what will be your role as a cloud admin or a cloud architect. So when a web application or any application is launched in any organization, a new application is being launched and you need to launch this. So the very first question is that since it is a web application, should you be hosting that on EC2 or should you be hosting that on Beanstalk? Right. So here there are a number of factors where how we decide this. So factor number one is application compatibility. So application compatibility. So application compatibility is that if that application is compatible with the Beanstalk, because Beanstalk is a new service, and probably maybe if that application is very old and that application cannot be hosted in that, then it's a simple, straightforward decision that this application will be hosted in EC2. It cannot even go on to Beanstalk because Beanstalk is a new service. It can only, it doesn't support previous, very old infrastructure. So for example, this application was made in 2003 server, or this application, and now it cannot be upgraded. So it means that it's a straightforward decision. It can directly go into EC2 instance. But let's say if that application is compatible, it's a brand new application and it can be hosted in a new environment. So this means that okay, so you can host that in the Beanstalk. So what is the second decision that we need to make? Second decision will be the cost. So where is it cheaper? Is it cheaper in this EC2 instance or is it cheaper in Beanstalk? So that's the second decision that we take while we host this application. Guys, most of the time, and that depends on how big is the application and how small is the application.
Which
So,
is the cheaper?
So in general, Beanstalk is the cheaper service. In general, Beanstalk is the cheaper service, and all of the cloud provider will encourage everyone and recommend that their application should go into the Beanstalk. So it will be cheaper in a sense that this will be automatically maintained. This will be automatically, so auto scaling will be automatically done. So let's say if you're doing auto scaling on your own, so here let's say your application is on EC2 instance and you need to do auto scaling, and let's say you don't do that auto scaling on a very on an advanced level. Let's say my auto scaling is saying that as soon as the CPU goes more than 70%, add an instance. Okay, that is fine. This is your auto scaling rule. So let's say in the peak hours, your one instance is added, and then and peak hours is going on. Let's say the peak hour is anywhere between 9 p.m. To the morning, till the morning, depending on whatever the users are connecting to. It's a eBay website or an e-commerce website. Then the CPU goes again to 70% and another instance is added, and then it goes again and another instance is added, and it keeps on adding the instances. Let's say this 70% is not due to the load on the CPU because of the customer, but because of maybe some malfunction malfunction within the operating system. Because of that application error, or because of something, maybe a virus, it just keeps on increasing. In that case, you'll have to maintain that on your own. But when you're doing Beanstalk, this will be automatically maintained for you. So if there is any suspicious activity that is happening on the server, Beanstalk would let you know, and Beanstalk will stop that operation. And so there are many things. So this is just one example on Beanstalk. It will automatically increase, it will automatically decrease, and it will automatically shut down when it is not used. It will automatically switch on when it is in use. So there are many benefits to this. So you can save a lot of cost in this. So in general, and to answer your question, which one is cheaper? This is Beanstalk, or the app services is considered more cheaper. So in most of the companies where you go to, they are moving applications into app services or Beanstalk, so that they don't have to maintain the infrastructure. Infrastructure is their responsibility. So this is purely IaaS, and this is purely PaaS. Okay, so to answer your question, this is cheaper, but then there are, so from this slide, what have we learned, everyone? So from this slide, we are learning that how these two services work together in an environment. And then what is the team that you'll be working with? So most of the time, as a cloud admin, you'll be working with a cloud architect. Cloud architect is responsible for all these decisions, and application architect will be responsible for the application side. And later on, you and you will be working with, you will be sitting with cloud admin just to implement what was designed. So as a cloud admin, you don't need to decide how much size should be there. As a cloud admin, your responsibility, you will receive a document saying that, just create a Beanstalk service of this size with the 4 vCPUs and with .NET environment, and you will implement that, and web admin will upload their website, and this is how it works. Okay, so and same goes for Lambda function. Web admin will come back to you saying that, I need a Lambda, I need a Lambda service. So before they can use the Lambda service, web admin should know what is a Lambda service. Without web admin's understanding, if they don't know what Lambda service is, you will give it to them, but they don't know how to use it. So the first requirement for the web admin is that they should be a cloud admin too. I mean, they should have that basic cloud understanding of Lambda.
Lambda, who will provide the Lambda service?
So we will make the environment, we will create a Lambda service, but it will be their responsibility. It will be the cloud admin running the script inside. So, Lambda, we said it's a backend service. Lambda is a backend service. So the function and the coding they need to do inside the Lambda, inside this Lambda function.
So we are safe.
Yes, we are safe in that sense that you're not responsible for the scripting, but you still need to provide them with the Lambda environment. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I know what you're saying, that safe in a sense that you don't need to do A to Z within the Lambda service or in the Beanstalk. Whereas in EC2 instance, yes, you do need to make an instance, install the instance, make sure it is working. Also, you need to make sure that your ports are open and all that, but still the website will be maintained by web admins. Okay, so one last thing in here that I wanted to introduce before I can jump onto the console is Elastic Container Service. Elastic
that is Kubernetes.
Elastic Container Service. It is Kubernetes. Kubernetes is a very large product, but Elastic Container Service, which is known as ECS in AWS, this service will host the images inside, and you will have so this is like a container inside your AWS environment. Now there are two things here. So first, let's understand the basic understanding, and then it will be much clear. It will be much more clear. So what is ECS, everyone? What is ECS, everyone? So ECS is a service. First of all, it is known as Elastic Container Service, number one. So just give me 5 minutes on this and you will be able to understand this. Elastic Container Service is basically a service. It's a service that works exactly like EC2 instance. So in EC2 instance, why do we use EC2 instance? Guys, we use EC2 instance to host some kind of, to host any type of applications. But these container services mostly used for web applications. So this is another way of providing web applications, and even more than this. So in a EC2 instance, in a EC2 instance, you can host multiple websites or web application in one EC2 instance. Let's say if you lease a strong EC or a or a fast EC2 instance. Now, what is the meaning of fast and slow EC2 instance? So the EC2 instance, guys, this is a very, very important concept, and I want you to understand this concept. I need your attention. I know that we are very close to the ending of this lecture, but here I want to give you this understanding so that we can remember, and it's really easy to understand this concept. So I just need another 10 minutes on this from your time. Okay. So let's understand Elastic Container Service, and then we'll recap everything what we have learned. And this will be, all the services work together in this environment. So EC2, so Elastic Container Service, which is known as ECS, Elastic Container Service. Before we can understand Elastic Container Service, let me give you an idea of where we are going to with this understanding. So let's say we have one EC2 instance, and this EC2 instance has is hosting 4 different websites. So it is hosting one website. So website number 1. So most of the time a web server can host multiple websites. We don't just add just one website in the web server. You know that a small website can be anywhere between 10 MB to 100 MB, whereas your servers have terabytes or gigs of huge 100 GB or maybe 500 GB storage, maybe 2 terabytes of storage. So all the web servers doesn't host one website, and depending on how big the website, I'm not talking about eBay website, I'm talking about normal websites. And there are many, just like our institute website is a small website. Humber College is a big college, but still their website won't be more than let's say, maybe not maximum, their website will be 1 GB in size. Bell Canada website, or a large telecom website, that website cannot be more than 2 gigs in size. The complete website, and this is, I'm saying that their customer information, product information, everything, it will not be more than this. Yes, eBay and Amazon.com, they have huge big websites. Because they are global websites. But most of the websites are not more than, most of the websites are under 1 GB, most of the websites. So since this is a web server, and on this web server, we have website number 1, we have web app number 2. So what is the difference between web app and website? Guys, there is not much difference between these two. Website is considered as mostly a simple website, whereas web app has more dynamic content. So web app is considered as the one that we see on our smartphones, that has videos that have more dynamic. So here I'm just gonna write here. Both are for us. For normal people, non-technical people, it's just a matter of, this is a dynamic website, web apps are known as, and whereas websites are just simple websites. So more dynamic content for a normal person, normal or abnormal, no, it's not technical or non-technical person. For a non-technical person, web app is just like a website. So let's say this server is hosting 20 websites in this. Okay, so website number 1, website number 2, website number 40. So there are 40 different websites in this environment, in this EC2 instance, and there are hundreds of users connected to this web server where all these websites are hosted. Now what happens is, these all websites are sharing the same CPU and same memory. So this is one server. So this one server has 4 vCPUs. Guys, I just need your attention for a few more minutes on this. So vCPU, it has 4 vCPUs and let's say 32 GB of memory. 32 GB of RAM. And these websites are, let's say 100 websites are there. 100 websites are there and users are connecting. Let's say one of the website is just taking up most of your CPU, or maybe out of 110 websites are those that are eating up your 3 vCPUs. Because there is more content, because maybe this website has videos and these users are using streaming, it has a streaming content, and these websites, these users are looking at those videos, and for that reason the CPU is used by this website. So now that makes a problem with the other websites. So other website won't be able to use that CPU because it is used by other. So in this so in order to fix this type of situation where you have multiple websites in one EC2 instance, and then there are many users connected, and one of the and few of the websites are taking most of the CPU, and other websites are just lacking, other websites are slow because there is not much resources available in this. In order to fix that, a long time back, I mean, maybe 10 years back, containers were introduced, container service. And container service, what it does basically, container service, what it does, it creates containers inside EC2 instance, inside the host. So just 5 minutes more on this and it will be clear. So inside EC2 instance, it will be, so inside EC2 instance, it will create separate places inside this EC2 instance, or inside the server, not an EC2 instance, because these are sitting on the host machine. So what happens on this server, it will create a special environment for each application. So a container will have its own runtime environment, and each website will be running in its own environment. So this is website 1, this is website 2, this is website 3, and in these have their own specific resources. So let's say you can assign 2 CPUs for this, and let's say this website is small, 1 CPU for this, and then 3 CPUs for this, because this is big website. And then likewise, you will be charging these website departments their budget information. So you will charging them for 2 vCPUs. So in container service, what happens is 2 CPUs are dedicated for this. And even if this is, so this cannot go beyond 3 CPUs. If it needs more, then you will come back to the cloud admin, they will need to provide more resources. So container is that service that is used that containerize the complete environment. Just like in the real life, containers are used to ship information from one place to another, sorry, objects from one place to another. And it is delivered from one country to another. So in these containers, the shipping containers, we all know what containers are in the real life. Everything is secured, everything is proper. You just take it from one city to another or one country to another, everything will be there. This is exactly what container service is. This is what exactly what Elastic Container Service does. So Elastic Container Service, we just create a container and then we host a website. So that's what it is. It can host a website or complete web application.
So is it a Docker container you're talking about?
Yes. So now comes back to Dockers. Docker is basically an environment where you can create these images that can sit in these containers. So now, based on this quick understanding, we can now say here that that there are the container service overall is of 2 types. Container service is overall of 2 types. Number 1 is ECS, which is Elastic Container Service, and number 2 is Kubernetes. So Kubernetes is that service that works directly with Dockers. So Docker are the pioneer. They first time they introduced containers. So they introduced containers for the first time, and Dockers is the one from where these containers are started. So Kubernetes and Dockers, these are both exactly the same as ECS, but this is a large scale. This is purely DevOps environment. This is purely for DevOps environment. This is for large applications, very large CRM applications, SAP applications. So these are also container service, and you will see that in GCP, when we go into GCP certification, you will see that this is more used in that scenario. But again, this is for DevOps environment. So what is the difference between ECS, Elastic Container Service, and Kubernetes and Dockers? This is for very large environment, and this is for just for smaller, very small applications. ECS. Now ECS is Elastic Container Service. Just like ECS, there is container registry as well, where you store images.
But that is not Dockers. That is the Amazon Elastic container, right?
Amazon Elastic Container. Yes, this is Elastic Container Service, and Docker is a different platform. But Kubernetes is the media is the service that works in between that. Now, why am I not saying Kubernetes and Docker? Because guys, this will for now it will confuse you, and this is not even being on the cloud architect or cloud admin responsibilities. This is why there is DevOps certification. So this is totally a different certification, but Kubernetes and Docker is a large scale container. So this is work for large applications. Whereas on this side, based on AWS Certified Solutions Associate certification and Architect certification, you can deploy small containers in ECS, Elastic Container Service. So how does it look like now? So the way it looks like, the way I want you to remember about container services, that in the container service, all you need to remember is that it's a container service. It will require an image. So it's a container service that requires an image, and those images are stored inside. Those images are stored inside inside registry. So in AWS, there are two things to remember. So AWS environment. AWS environment, there are, for the container purposes, there are two services. Container service, which is Elastic Container Service. And Elastic Container Service will run the image that you need to do. So it will require an image. So what is an image? Image is basically, it's a collection of files that you need to run in the container. So that can be, image is a folder in which you have your complete website. So image is that folder where you have complete website. All the HTML pages, all the pictures, all the videos are all inside the image. And that image will be hosted inside this container, and the container will be accessed by users. So this will be accessed by users. Now you might have a question. What is the difference between then Elastic Beanstalk and the container service? So we do know the difference between Elastic Beanstalk. We do know the difference between Elastic Beanstalk and Lambda, right? So Lambda is just that service, that's a backend service. But then what is the difference between this and that? Guys, Elastic Beanstalk will provide you a complete environment where you can host a website. And this is container service is used to even host a web application, mobile application, but then it will have its own specific resources. So it will have its own specific resources. Now, who will decide that who needs a container service and if they need a Beanstalk? Again, it's our DevOps team or development team. We need to provide them any type of environment they need. So we need to provision this environment, or we need to provision this environment for them. For the container service, we need to remember two things. We need to enable container service, and we also need to need a place where you can store all these images. That place is known as registry, container registry. So container registry is where you will store all these images, and these images will be hosted inside container, and user can use the web service.
And what are the images?
Sorry?
What are the images? Images are the
Yes.
website?
Images are the website, yes. So whenever you use container, either in Azure or in AWS or in any other cloud provider, container is just you can say it's an empty EC2 instance. There is nothing inside. But in order to run something in that, you need an image inside. So you need an image that will be made by developers, and where you store this image, it is inside the registry. So in other words, you can also say this registry is the web hosting. Remember, when you need to buy a website, you will buy a website, you will also need a hosting space. So that hosting space is the container registry. And the website is the website that you are providing.
Which one is the cheaper solution?
So cheaper solution, actually they all have their own pros and cons. So if it is a simple, very simple, I mean, so let me answer that in that manner. Let's say if it is a very simple website, it's a static website for your organization, and you're sitting in that organization, your manager comes to you, we have this HR portal, a very small information that I need to be available for everyone through a link. So you want to send them a link, and they should click that link and open that web page. So you can host that as simple as in a S3 bucket. So create a S3 bucket, host that one simple page, and then you can host it. Now, if it is a,
I'm
yes.
sorry to interrupt. I'm comparing the container and the elastic beans.
Yes, I am going there. So comparing Elastic Bean and both of them, it depends on what type of service is going on to them and what is the web team's requirement. Now, when the web admin will come to you as a cloud admin, they know that if they want to containerize this service or they want it to be in the Elastic Beanstalk. So we cannot say that one is cheaper than other. It is just based on what their requirement is. So this is why I was giving you this example, that it's a simple, go with S3. If it is let's say not very complex, go with EC2 instance, and you already have it. And if it is if it is a new website and it is dynamic, then go with Beanstalk, because it gives you cheaper than EC2. You don't have to pay for the instance, you're paying for Elastic Beanstalk service. Now, what is the other big difference here? As soon as EC2 instance starts working, you will pay for this service. So if this EC2 instance is stopped, you won't pay for the service, but most of the time this will be working 24/7. So you will be paying for this service even if the website is used or not used. Guys, Elastic Beanstalk will only be used based on the requests that are connected to this. So you won't be charged if there is zero connection to your Elastic Beanstalk service. So it is down, it is not working. So that's another big difference of the cost, that Elastic Beanstalk will only be charged when it is in use. If it is not in use, you don't have users, let's say only 10 users are connected, then you'll be charged for only 10 requests. Here, you'll be charged for the OS, you will be charged for the EC2 instance plus the website as well. So that's another difference between these two. And container service is mostly for a specific type of websites, not for all the websites. So container cannot be just for any website. It is for a specific type of applications that web developer or DevOps team will decide. For us as web developer, as a cloud admin, we need to understand what is a container service, what is a Elastic Beanstalk, and what is EC2 instance, and how does it work with S3.
Adnan,
Yes.
what I understand, the people use container because the migration of application is very simple.
Yes, for sure. And this is
Because
for,
you can move the
right.
container very easily to anywhere, any platform.
Yes, for sure. But then again, so I said that this is only for specific type of applications, not for all types of websites. So container is a huge, it's a huge topic for DevOps certification.
One more
But
question.
yes,
One
please
more.
go ahead.
There is a service called Elastic Container Service for Kubernetes in AWS. What is
Yes.
that?
So it is specially for Kubernetes. So a container can be a simple container, but it can be Kubernetes based container as well. So if you go to Kubernetes, you can create all those types of.
This is because of the Google.
This is because of Google. Yes, Google invented Kubernetes and they have their own containers as well. So if you have Google specific application, as you can see, Kubernetes are, so these are all competitors to each other: Dockers, OpenShift, Ansible, OpenStack, and then Azure. So Kubernetes is one of them. So Kubernetes is open source container or orchestration system. So if your image is Kubernetes based, then you can use that Elastic Kubernetes container service. Otherwise, it can go into just a normal container.
Okay.
Can you give an example of the specific website which we are talking for Kubernetes and Dockers and containers?
Yes. So Dockers and containers can be very simple. It can. So here, so let me say, actually, I have to I'll provide you with the. Let's go into the container service. Let me, so it might be more clear here. So if I go into the container service, and so let's say a web developer comes to me and says that, we need a container service. So first of all, by definition, it says ECS makes it easy to deploy, manage, scale Docker's container running application services, batch processes, and ECS places container across your cluster based in the resource needs, and it integrates with the familiar features like Elastic Load Balancer, EC2 security, and EBS volume. So whatever you can do with this, you can do it with the container. And here you can run container at scale, flexible container. Let's say if I start with one of them, and why are we doing this? We are doing this for our development team. And this is, they are giving us, so first of all, you need to create a container, then you need to create a task, then you need to create a service, then the cluster will be created. So the very first service is, what type of container do you need? Do you need a container for HTTPD type of service, which is the Apache server? Or do you need a Tomcat web application? Or do you need this type of Nginx type of service? Or you can configure your own. I mean, again, going back to my what I explained, that this is web developers' decision to take what type of container you need. So let's say, and there are so many things that you can also configure. Let's say if I go into configure, and here if I go into, so this is, let's say, a container name, and if I go down here, you can, in this, you can select many other type of environment, what type of health services, how much CPU would you need? Let's say you need 5 CPU with this. How much GPU you need? GPU is a graphical processing unit. Let's say if this website will be a video content, so you need more graphical processing it's for streaming services. Let's say 2, 3. Normally we don't use GPUs. Everything will be done from CPUs. Other than that, there is timeout, there is networking, there is type of storage. So you can go into all that, and then you will be, after that, it will ask you all that other specific question about application. But here, it is giving us predefined settings, some predefined settings. Let's say I want to host a website or a web application that is just HTTP based, which the one that we just hosted in our EC2 instance. So here it will say, okay, so the minimum you will get is 0.2.5 vCPU for this and zero point 0.5 GB memory. You can do that from your configure as well, but let's go with this this sample application, and let's see how it works. So under this, here you will get a task definition. You have a VPC, the network that you need to use, task execution role. Here, should it start simple, or the role that is attached, which if it needs access to S3 bucket or not. So, and Fargate, meaning that this will be all managed by AWS services. You don't have to manage it. So here it says the type launch will be used for your task. So this will be all managed by automatically by S3 service. You can obviously configure that as well. So let's say if I go with just this website, and I'm sitting with the developer, and developer is saying, I need to host this website. So he came to you, and then you ask, do you need a Beanstalk? Do you need it to be EC2 Instance, Beanstalk, or container service? He would say, this website was in a container. We're moving it into AWS, so it will be a container service. And where is it coming from? It's coming from, let's say, Docker's container, or maybe Azure container. So in that, you will need to create a container here. And the service, you need to know, is it a Tomcat service, or is it, because there will be different type of technologies. All these three are different type of technologies. So they would let you know. Let's say it is HTTPD, and I would go to next here. So the first stack is, so here you can see the task definition is done. What type of environment is this? What type of definition? Next one, what will be the name of the service? You can obviously edit this information. And do you need load balancing in here? Because since it is a web application, you can do a load balancing in this here as well. So load balancing will be on port 80, and it will be HTTP. done. So let's say load balancing is here as well. And here it is a clustered service. Would you need a clustered service? So default cluster name is just this. And VPC, is it only in this network or in another network? We'll just go with defaults with all of these. And these are decisions, again, needs to be taken with the web development team. You cannot just take decisions for them. I mean, it is not like a service that as a cloud admin, we receive an email from web administrator, create a EC2 instance. In creating a EC2 instance, you don't have many questions for them. It's a EC2 instance, simple EC2 instance. You will create it and give it to them. But in this, they won't just send you an email. They will send you an email, I need a container. Then you will say, okay, we need to set up a meeting where we can sit together and decide about the container. And do you have a design document for this? If he says, no, I don't have a design document, then you need to go back to the cloud architect, and cloud architect will connect to the application architect, and they will design something and then give it to you. Most of the time they have a design document ready, and that design document dictates all this, what type of environment, how many ports, and everything. So once this is all decided, then you just create this service. So now it is creating 10 services for us automatically. So it will be creating a VPC, it will be creating a subnet, it will be creating a security group, it will be creating load balancing, and it will provide that complete environment. So it will take like maybe few minutes, but then when you need to clean that up, guys, remember to clean that up in all these places. Because if you don't clean that up, sometimes you can just delete the container service, and it will try to delete that in all these different places. But when you I found few services just sitting there, and then I had to clean that up separately. So I'll leave that as is here. Let's create a Beanstalk service as well at the same time. Beanstalk service is again an environment that you're providing to a web developer. So in this, here it's saying easily deploy web application in minutes within Beanstalk. Again, once you go here, create a new application. Within this application, you will provide a name. Let's say this is a demo e-commerce web application 1. And here you will provide code. So this is project e-commerce 001. Now here you would need to provide them what type of web application is this? Is this a .NET application? Is this Dockers? Is this Java? Is this Node.js? Is this PHP, Python application? So let's go with .NET Windows application in this. So remember that it will create a complete environment in the background. So here you will go to .NET. So here you can have more selections here as well. What type of application is this? Is this an older application that was sitting in IIS 8 with Server 2012? Or is this an application that is compatible with 2016 or 19? So again, this decision comes from the web development team, but you have it all here. The platform, and then would you need to upload your own application, or you want to go with a sample code? So we'll go with the sample code. Otherwise, you will have to provide the complete web application. So your web developer will either give you a zip file or maybe something else. Ajmal, can you mute your mic? There is some background noise coming. Thank you. So just few more minutes with this, guys. So right here. So we will go with sample application. So we are creating a Beanstalk environment. Remember that you can do the same thing with EC2 as well. And here we are doing it with Beanstalk, and all you need to do, create this application. Now, since it is a .NET application, you can connect this complete application with Visual Studio. Remember, if you, once we did in Azure environment, you can create a EC2 instance with Visual Studio. So once this environment is being made, we can, you can basically go into EC2 instance, which is right here, and you can launch EC2 instance you can launch a EC2 instance you can with Visual Studio. So here you can launch an EC2 instance with Visual Studio. Just like in Azure, you have you can create a EC2 instance. So here, let me go here. And in here, I can search for the word Visual Studio. So you are looking for an instance where you don't have to install Visual Studio inside. So we can find here, it's saying that it's not available in normal images that provide, it is available though in Marketplace. So if you go into the Marketplace, in the Marketplace, you have Visual Studio 2019, you have Visual Studio Environment 2015, you also have Visual Studio 2017. Now, for if this is the first time you're hearing about Visual Studio, why do we need Visual Studio? Mostly this will be on the developers or web developers machine, but this is the environment where you can access this complete environment and upload the website. So all you need to do is to select this and deploy this complete image. Once this image is deployed, it is now saying that, you know, if you go with this instance, the cost will be this. If you go with this, and T2 micro, which we normally use, with the cost will be this image. If I continue now, you don't have to select anything else. It will give you a base image of 2016, and it will give you a license as well. So it will launch that complete instance. So going back here, let's see. So it is being made, the Beanstalk environment. And if you go here, so it is doing all that. It's creating the alarms, it's creating auto scaling, it's creating EC2 instance, waiting for EC2 instance to be launched here. And then it's doing all that for us. So remember that in Beanstalk, you don't have to maintain the infrastructure. Infrastructure will be made for you. So this all, it is also doing automatically the security groups settings, and it's also creating the load balancer and also creating the target group. Remember that in the load balancer, you need to create a target group. Then here it is Elastic Beanstalk. It is being done in this region. So here I need to keep an eye on where is this all done. This is all being done is US East. Sometimes when you deploy this Elastic Beanstalk, it also installs some services in other regions as well. So when you're looking at this log, just keep in mind that from here you need to delete all these services once this is done. It is still provisioning. Once it is done, then here it will be the environment, and here you will see the application. If I go to the environment at the moment, it's saying this is in gray. Once it changes to green, then it means that the environment is ready and developer can start working with that environment. So at the moment it is gray, and the application. So this is the environment. Here it is giving you the environment. Here is saying waiting for EC2 instance to launch. This will take few minutes, and same goes for applications. So this is the application. The sample application is here. Once it is ready, once this application is ready, you will be able to access this application from, and it is all IAS based. So this is the URL. If I go to this application now, for now it is not accessible. Why? Because it is not ready at the moment. And once it is ready, it will look like this. Amazon ECS sample application, congratulations, it is done. So Elastic Beanstalk, container service, both provide different type of environments, but that depends on whatever you need to select. So just quickly recap what we have covered today. Guys, we have learned today concepts of elastic load balancing, so elastic load balancer. So right, starting from here, we have learned, yes, elastic load balancer. Elastic load balancers are of three types. Number one, network load balancer, application load balancer, and a simple load balancer. Network load balancer is only a port level load balancer, whereas application load balancer gives you more of URL based load balancing. But basically all three are doing load balancing on the server. So receives information, receive hits from outside, this will load balance information. The good thing about these load balancer is if one machine is not available, it will completely remove this machine from the load balancer so that users won't get connection disconnected. So these are three types of load balancer. And then we discussed about Lambda service and Beanstalk. So you should have a very good understanding of the difference between the three. So if you are able to make this diagram somewhere, the difference, if you understand S3 bucket, So S3 bucket, it's a simple folder. You host a website. EC2, you can also host a website, but you have to maintain infrastructure. The third one is automatically Elastic Beanstalk. You don't have to maintain the infrastructure. It will be automatically maintained. You just need to make sure the website is available. After that, we also discussed the Lambda service. Lambda is a backend function. It's not where you can host a website, but these are the functions that you need to run in order to support your website. So these are functions, scripts that work in the background. And then we discussed right here. So this is a good representation. EC2 instance, Elastic Beanstalk, Lambda service, and then container service and registry. In container, you need to remember two things: Elastic Container Service and Elastic Container Registry. Registry is the place where you can store images, the images that needs to run in. So here, the images that needs to run in a container. So container is a service that where you host the websites, but registry is where you keep the things. So if you can remember the website and the hosting service, the hosting part is the registry, container registry, and where the website is running is known as container. So this you can remember. Okay, guys.
And in app service, there was a second part, app service and app for registration. There was something else called. What is it?
It is also called registry, app registry, container registry. So container and registry is same in all the cloud environments. So wherever there is a container, it will always have a registry. Kubernetes, Google Cloud Platform, AWS, Azure, container and registry will always be the same. So in Azure, it was a Azure registry service, container registry.
So no, but along with the app services, we used to buy something. What was it? App. I don't remember what was that.
App service plan. That was
app service plan. Yeah.
Yes. So yes, good memory. You need to buy a plan. Then you can buy. Then that will give you a web app service. Then you can have the web service in different slots available. So that is app service plan, and app service. Here you can just directly go to Beanstalk, and you don't need to buy a plan. That is part of the Beanstalk service.
Okay, and in between you talked about Fargate also. What was Fargate?
Yes, Fargate is that service in which you don't have to maintain anything in the environment. Fargate meaning that everything will be maintained by AWS services. Fargate meaning they just name it Fargate. It is right here. Fargate service, which is right here. Fargate, where is it? So Fargate meaning that the complete environment is being managed by. It is part of the container service. It is one of the options within that. So it is completely maintained by AWS service. You don't have to do anything. Otherwise, if you don't choose Fargate, then you will choose, then you can configure that on your own. Remember that there is a configuring service.
Okay, and Brother Adnan, do you have time for looking into that, deploying those policies and all for that directory connector so that the Active Directory users can have the access to the Amazon services and all?
Yeah.
Yes. You almost done. The only thing what I am seeing, you didn't put the DNS entry in workgroup server. Just put the DNS entry in work. Your connector is fine. You are almost done. Because I see your connector is active.
Okay, we can discuss that. Ajmal and Shakil, just give me a few moments here. So everyone, this session, we are done with this session. Thank you for joining in. And I will share the videos for this. Tomorrow we will be discussing some more services, and I will be sharing with you the custom lab. Okay, so if you have any questions specific to today's lecture, you may ask me now. Otherwise, me, Shakil, and Ajmal, we are discussing the other the Active Directory services.
Okay. Shakil,
So Ajmal, just one quick thing. So Shakil's question is that how do you connect the Active Directory users? How do you connect Active Directory users to use AWS services? His connector and everything is working fine. So were you able to do that? The Active Directory user that is created in Active Directory, assign him AWS access?
Yes, that's what I want.
Like a S3 or IAM service, I can added a AD user to that IAM to the what do you call IAM group.
Exactly. By using the policy inside the
By
IAM.
using the policy, yeah.
Yes. So
yeah,
yes.
I don't know about it. Can we
No,
discuss it? Can we?
If you share the screen, I'll show you.
Okay.
Yes, you can share a screen. So so yes, let's do it. I'll stop sharing mine, and because I don't have directory services here, let's see if you can do it. And your directory services is working fine, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's good. He's almost done.
Okay, you guys are working together or separately?
No, I asked Ajmal. He sent me a video to just see that, and then it was really helpful.
Excellent, excellent, very good.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Show the connector.
Or you can take control, Ajmal.
No, he's.
This is the connector.
This is the.
I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys.
Go back. Go back. AD connector is active. Yeah, active. Good.
Okay.
So
now
go to the EC. So what are you doing? You are adding joining a server. What are you trying?
I'm trying to you know that on-premises domain controller to which we have connected with this connector. Those users we have to give access to use AWS services.
Okay, so before do that, go down. Service credential. Okay, go back to the directory service. Go back to the active service directory. You see the service directory tab? Yeah. Go there. Oh no, services. Where's the services?
I deleted them.
No. You delete what?
I deleted the directory services that because that is not required. We are using the connector.
No, but domain controller is still there or no?
Yeah, domain controller is there, which is here, which is I'll show you. That's an EC2 on the EC2. That is.
Yeah.
Should be here in the services and EC2.
Domain controller is there?
Yeah, show you.
It is connected. AD is working, right?
This one, yeah. This one. Open.
You run the script?
Yes,
it is fast? Yeah, good. So back to the service. Good. Back to service.
Service.
And then what do you call directory service?
Directory service is deleted. We don't need directory service for that.
No. Go to the directory service. Directory service. Yeah.
This is AD connector.
AD connector. Sure. No. Back. Just a minute. Go back. Is it active?
Yes, that's the same active.
AD connector. Yeah, AD connector. No, multi-region. Okay, good. Yeah. Go inside. Go down. So did you create a user? Did you create a couple of user?
That is in the Active Directory.
Yeah, you create a user, 2 user.
Yeah, I created a user in the Active Directory.
Okay, and then you have to go to the Hang on, just a minute, just a minute. You go to the IAM. Yeah, IAM. Group user roles. Role. Did you create a roles?
I did create a role. The role I created is domain AWS. Amazon's S3 full access.
Yeah, nice. And then try to add the user. Did you
How?
add the? Okay.
How to add the user?
Yeah, just a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute. Yeah, you need to add a user. Hang on. Yeah, just a minute. Did you add IAM user activation? Activate IAM access?
How?
Yeah, IAM. Go to IAM.
This is IAM, right?
Yeah, IAM, and then go to my account. IAM. Go to my account. Hang on.
This is IAM, right? This is
Yeah.
IAM.
No. Go to my account on the top. On the top. Yeah. Go to my account. Click my account. Yeah. And then here is a IAM. Go down. No, down. Yes. Down. Here is a one option here, which is under the region. Under the region, there is IAM user role. Under the region.
Region. Where is the region?
Yeah, reserve.
Oh, this is the region.
Why you are not have? Oh, because you are not. Okay, this is you are IAM user or the root user.
IAM user.
Can you go? Can you open one more console? Your root.
Okay. Oh, I have to bring my phone. I have to bring my phone, man, because that is multi-factor authentication.
Oh, so you don't have?
No, I have. I'll bring the phone. Hold on. Oh, see.
Create role. Okay. Create. Got it. Create role. Directory service. Okay. You have to create a role. Okay. Got it. Create a role. Okay. Now you need to create a role. Sign out.
Sign as root user, huh?
Root, yeah.
Let me go and grab my phone, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Let me go and grab my phone.
Yeah, go. No problem.
Authenticator.
Where you working, Shakil?
Me, I work for Halfland.
Okay. IT?
Yes. Network
System
administrator.
administrator. Okay.
525156. Scan in.
So go to the my account.
Yeah, 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Hurry. Look. मेरी बीवी गेम खेल रही थी फोन पर छीन लिया चल ठीक है हाँ अभी क्या कहा जाना इसमें IAM में
Yeah, I am. No, account. Your account on the top account, and go to the region. After the region, there is a after the region there is the IAM. IAM. Yeah, this one. Up. Yeah, IAM roles and access. Yeah, this one. Edit.
Yeah.
Edit. No, edit on the top. There is a little edit. Yeah. Active. Yeah, is update. Yeah, update. Good. So yeah. So go to the IAM. That's good. It's already there. IAM group role. Yeah, the role, and then directory service. Role search directory service. Search directory service. No.
No. Create a role. I created this role for identity service.
Yeah.
So Amazon.
In the role, add a directory service.
Roles. Create role.
Yeah. Here, directory service. Yeah. Directory service.
Where is it? Hold on.
Down.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, this one. Yes. So next, permission. So what permission you S3 or whatever the permission you want, add it. S3 full, S3 full access. Let's say S3 full access or read only, whatever you want.
S3 full, okay.
Yeah.
Even EC2 maybe.
EC2 full access, EC2. Yeah. So you will create a different role. One role for the EC2, one role for the S3 write, one role for the S3 read. Okay. So you create a different policies. That's fine. Next.
Okay. Where is EC2 full access?
EC2.
The power here full access here.
Yeah, full access. So this guy
this is registry. No, this is registry. EC2 container registry.
Okay. There's see number 3 container registry container
read only. Okay, let's do that. S3.
Container service full access is I see there. So, that's fine. Next, you will find it. No problem. You will find yourself. But I just want to know here tag. Whatever tag you want. The next. So you will see your AD users. Role name EC2 S3 full access role name put. No gap.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we go to direct connector.
The S3 full. Yeah. Double click. No. S3 full access. Yeah. Double click that. Add permission boundary. Hang on. Permission boundary not yet. Amazon. So you have 2 services, right? Okay. And then how do I add the user? Hang on. Okay, so
I watched the
go to
video. He did it.
go to AD. Sorry, say what?
Yeah,
What do you say?
AD services. Yeah,
Yeah, AD service. Go to AD service.
this one.
Double click. Down. You'll see the.
It's here actually. Here, application management. Here, enable. This
Here,
is the one.
enable.
Enable.
Yeah, this one. This enable. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good. And then domain
And then
C,
what?
S3 full access. Double click. And then add the pupil name. Let's say you have inside add, yeah, inside you have Paul or something, right? The add. No, it's supposed to be fine. Use any other user. Yeah, see,
Here it is, Paul.
you got it.
There you
Got
go.
it, man.
Good.
So this is good,
Good.
man.
I know. I love
I
it.
told you, you're almost there. Like you are.
Yeah.
So good. So now
Yeah, the only difference is I need to log in as a root user because I was logging as an IAM user.
You have to add the console and that's it.
That's it. Now I should log in with this user. Oh, where is the link for this guy? There should be a link.
Link. You have to link for this guy. No. Let's say you. Oh, no. Okay. Go. Save it. I'll show one more thing.
Where is? किधर है save? Okay, हो गया save ना? The Paul has been successfully added.
Already saved. Yeah. Go to the EC2 instance. Go to EC2. Let's say create a new just to create new one. Launch.
ये तो अभी वो root user है ना? अभी तो हम उससे login करेंगे ना?
No problem. Launch the, yeah. You will see the AD. Let's say Windows 2000, some 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go. Okay. Next. I'll see you the AD. So AD, domain AD. Just click the domain AD. Domain. Yeah. Click that. Click. You see that AD server.
Yes.
Your domain server is there. So it's joined. It's already you just get it. Once you complete the server, it's already in a domain server. Join.
Good job. Now I have to log in with Paul actually. Hold on. Sign out.
So you're done, man.
I know. Thank you very much. Let me log in as Paul.
You're welcome. So you are permanent or for contractor?
I am permanent. How about you?
I am on and off. Yesterday, one week I was a contractor. Now I am a full timer.
So where do you work?
Before I was in Kojiko. Now I am a Bayshore.
What is that? Bayshore?
Bayshore Healthcare. It's a Life Lab. Life Lab. Bayshore, CML, Healthcare.
So you are on contract?
I prefer contract, but the position is not very good right now. So I have to, for 3 months, I have to do the full timer.
So let's see. It's not letting me log in.
No.
I should be able to log in.
No. This is the server. IAM user. This is a AWS user.
Yeah.
This is AWS.
No, this Paul is in the Active Directory.
Yeah, but this is AWS service. You are IAM user. You are so Paul.
You know, when we watched the video, in the video it showed us like, you know, the users from the Active Directory, they were able to log into the console.
So you have to add the console access to the Paul.
We did it. We did it.
No, AD service you added, but console you already added?
Yes.
Yeah. So for what your authentication information is incorrect. So do one thing. Put the domain name. Put the domain name / Paul or.
Okay. On-prem domain.local.
Yeah, I'm on the bridge already. Yeah. Yes, I'm chatting with them. No, the servers are deployed.
No. What is the user? Like a one on-prem domain / Paul.
Okay. I will. I'll call in 5 minutes. Right.
No, but I
The
don't.
authentication.
That is
Yeah,
done.
I didn't check this one, but your server, your EC2 instance is connected to your domain servers.
Yeah, that I know.
Okay. No, I'll give you a call then. Okay, just give me 5 minutes here. Bye. Okay.
So he is connected to the AD. He can join. Once he created a EC2 instance, he's able to see the domain name, like a domain name in the while creating a EC2 instance.
I'll bring my phone for MFA. Okay, hold on.
So you guys have added the policy?
Yes, policy. Role, we added the role and then
and the policy as well to which to S3 object or
yeah. Policy
okay.
S3 and 8
EC2. So now you should be able to connect. Yeah, if you want to log in here, this person needs to have the IAMX, the management console access. So
exactly.
That's what we did actually.
Management console access or the service access. Maybe
service
it might
access.
just be the service access, not the management console.
We did the service access. Yeah, he's saying right, because we didn't do the management access. Management is another task we have to do for IAM. Shakil, show the EC2 instance.
हाँ एक मिनट ये पहले ये MFA का दे दूँ लॉगिन कर ले.
Yeah, sure.
Guys, if you want to work together, because I need to get on another call in Zoom. So can you share your team viewer with each other?
No, that's fine. We are done. He is able to join.
Okay, because there are.
अच्छा ये इसमें sorry अदनान साहब आप जाए हम लोग कर लेंगे कोई बात नहीं.
नहीं मुझे असल में ये ब्रिज चाहिए. मैंने ना वो कॉल करनी है.
शकील हम लोग बाद में
ठीक है.
राइट.
ठीक है. ओके.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम.